Hey there, my spookies, and welcome to a very special, extra weekly spooky compilation of scary stories. This weekend, while horror fans are lining up for Evil Dead Burn, we're cracking open our own cursed book of demon-fueled nightmares. No movie tie-in, no safe little walk through the woods, just a full night of original scary stories packed with demonic possession, cursed objects, occult rituals, witchcraft, hellhounds, satanic panic, and supernatural chaos. Tonight, small towns hide monsters under churches, haunted inns burn with secrets, high school hallways become gateways to hell. Criminals rob the wrong witch. Idiots summon things they absolutely cannot handle. And somewhere out there, something with claws, teeth, and smoke in its breath is waiting for the sun to go down. So light the candles, keep your hands away from the Necronomicon, and whatever you do, don't read from the book unless you're ready for something to answer you. Now, join us. Welcome to Black Springs by Bill Spears. The reflective green sign said, "Now entering Black Springs, Texas. Population 1,432. Sheriff Andy Barnes, a short man, slightly overweight with a gray goatee, was driving the marked Samuel County Sheriff pickup, and his new deputy, Sherry Davis, was in the passenger seat. Sherry was considerably younger, not even 30. She had light mocha skin and straight hair. It was Sherry's first day on the job. She was fired from Dallas PD months before when she shot a man in the line of duty. The cable news started running her story, and she was fired and unable to find a job anywhere else. Sheriff Barnes had served in the Marines with Sherry's father, and reached out to him when he saw Sherry on the news. Sheriff Barnes himself was having trouble filling a deputy position because no one really wanted to move out to the middle of nowhere, and he was sure that Sherry was having trouble finding a job herself and wouldn't be able to turn him down when he offered. Sherry needed a job, so she took the position as deputy in Samuel County. She had many apprehensions, though. The biggest being there was no way that the people in a middle-of-nowhere Texas county had ever seen anything stranger than a black lady with a badge. The pickup was silent. Sherry wasn't sure how she was even going to relate to Sheriff Barnes. He was a white man in his 70s, and had been the sheriff of this county for over 35 years. Back then, the methods of law enforcement in Texas were a little different. Sherry was sure that it was these methods that left towns like Black Springs with a very low black population. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of things Barnes did back then, and if he still used some of those methods now. Sheriff Barnes's demeanor, on the other hand, was completely different. He would smile and occasionally point at something, telling Sherry about what he was pointing at. "That there is the Karankawa Critter Mart. The barbecue is trash and only passers through ever eat there," he said, pointing to a small store with a Sasquatch silhouette outside. "That's the Bald Mound. Comanche claimed it was haunted. Most people stay clear of it because just being near it will put a chill down most folks' spine." When he pointed at a large hill with an abandoned-looking house built into the side, he said, "During the summer and dove season, travelers stay out here." He then pointed at a state campground across the highway from Fort Samuels, a state-run cavalry fort, saying, "That's the state campground." The radio began to static. "SO to 101. It was Ann, the dispatcher, calling to Sheriff Barnes. "This is 101. Sheriff Barnes answered. Dispatch continued. "Father Ortega called and said he needs you at the Catholic Church." 10-4, Sheriff Barnes answered. Barnes then turned on the lights and sirens, turned the vehicle around and began speeding into town. Sherry looked at Barnes, bewildered. She didn't say it was an emergency. Why the hurry? If it's Ortega, it's an emergency. It took the pickup close to 5 minutes to speed from the north side of the town of Black Springs to the Catholic Church, located on the outskirts of the east side of town. The 5 minutes were spent in even more silence as Sherry wondered what could be at this church and why the sheriff was in a rush to get there. The sun was beginning to set in the late September horizon when the pickup stopped in the gravel parking lot. The church was not lavish at all. It was just a small building with a small steeple, white siding, and a statue of the Virgin Mary out front. It could easily be overlooked. Sheriff Barnes stopped the engine, then turned to Sherry. I didn't want to get your feet wet this fast, but you're going to see some stuff in here. Some weird stuff. I want you to tell me right now that you are just going to keep your mouth shut until we're out of here. Then I'll answer any question you have. Sherry was taken aback. This old white guy was telling her to keep her mouth shut. She had been through that before with her last chief, immediately before he gave a press conference that threw her under the bus. What the hell are you talking about? Sherry responded. We don't have time right now. Just follow me and keep your mouth shut. Barnes answered before getting out of the pickup. He walked to the concrete slab that served as a porch for the church, then turned around and looked at the truck where Sherry still sat. Sherry inhaled deeply, then exhaled, shook her head slightly and opened the door to join Barnes on the concrete slab. What else could she do? She was 29 years old and this was her last chance to make something of herself in this career. Barnes carefully opened the door, little more than a crack, and shouted Ortega's name as he did. A voice came from inside the church. I'm here! Come in! Barnes opened the door the rest of the way. A short Hispanic priest in his mid-50s stood on the other side of the door. The priest's right hand was clutching his rosary to his chest, and his left hand was holding a blood-spattered rag to his left cheek. How bad did she get you? Barnes asked the priest. The priest removed the rag and showed 4 cuts, like claw marks on his cheek. He then looked past Barnes at Sherry. Who's she? This is Sherry. She's my new deputy. Sherry, this is Father Ortega. Are you sure it's okay for her to be here? She's going to have to learn about this sometime, Barnes replied. So is Shine still in the basement? Yeah, I got the door locked before she got to it. Well, let's put her back up then. Barnes led the way to the sturdy wooden door at the back of the sanctuary. Ortega, still clutching the rag to his cheek, followed behind Barnes. Sherry trailed behind as well. She felt chills like she had never felt before. It was like there was something ghostly in the air of that church that she'd never encountered before. She had so many questions, but kept them to herself, keeping in mind that Barnes promised to answer anything she had to ask afterward. When Barnes reached the door, he pulled a key out of his pocket and began to unlock it. This was another question added to Sherry's list. Why did Barnes have a key to this door? Sheriffs usually don't have keys to the back rooms of churches. When he opened the door, Sherry saw that the doorway didn't lead to a back room. It led to a stone staircase, leading downward. Barnes led the way down. Sherry followed Ortega. Yes, she had a feeling of dread coursing through her, and a feeling that she should turn around and leave. But more than the fear, she had curiosity. What was at the bottom of the steps that Barnes and Ortega only referred to as she? Whatever it was, it left those 4 cuts on Ortega's cheek. Was it a wild animal? She had been told that people in small towns like this kept strange pets like bobcats. When Sherry got to the bottom of the steps, she found what lay in the basement was not a bobcat or any other kind of wild animal. It was a preteen Native American girl in a white dress that had copper-colored bloodstains on it. The girl was hiding her face in her folded arms. Oh, hell no, Sherry said as she turned back to the stairs and ran back up into the sanctuary of the church. Barnes looked at Ortega and nudged his head towards the door. Barnes and Ortega left the basement, following Sherry to the sanctuary. Sherry was pacing back and forth with her hands on the sides of her head. She didn't even look up to acknowledge Barnes and Ortega when they walked up and through the doorway, Ortega turning back to the door, closing it, and locking it. "What the hell are you two involved in?" Sherry spoke more like she was talking to herself than to Barnes and Ortega. "There's a little native girl in a blood-spattered dress in that basement. This is some kind of human trafficking stuff. I'm gonna have to call the Texas Rangers." "Just slow down and think for a second, Sherry," Barnes said calmly. "If this were human trafficking, why the hell would I show you? You just gotta trust me that this isn't what it looks like. I'll be happy to explain it all once we get her back in the restraints." "You expect me to believe this isn't human trafficking when you're talking about putting a little girl in restraints?" "We really don't have time. You just gotta trust me that Shine isn't a little girl, no matter what she looks like." Sherry closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and held her breath for a moment, contemplating what was the worst that could happen to her if she went back into that basement. She was already lucky to not be in jail over the shooting and Dallas PD going with the media narrative and making her out as guilty. Now she could be getting involved with human trafficking. But Barnes was right. If he were up to something illegal, he wouldn't show her after only knowing her for a week. "Okay," Sherry said, against her better judgment. Barnes turned, unlocked the door again, and went back down the stairs. Ortega and Sherry followed him. When they reached the bottom, Barnes made his way toward the native girl and spoke in a calm voice. "Shine, it's me, Andy. I saw what you did to Ortega. We're not mad, we just want to put you back on the bed where everybody is safe." When Barnes was about 2 feet from the girl, she raised her head. She was wearing a sinister grin, and her eyes were solid black. "Andy Barnes, so nice of you to come and visit me again. How's the arm?" Her voice was guttural and evil. Sherry couldn't believe what she was seeing or hearing, and she couldn't let her mind settle on this being true. There had to be some kind of trickery involved. "It healed just fine," Barnes answered. The girl stared at him. Well, staring at him is an understatement. The girl was staring into him. "You told your wife you slipped and fell trying to get a cow off the road and hit into a fence. You still can't bring yourself to tell her about me. I'll chew it off tonight. Let's see you come up with a lie to explain that." The girl then lunged at Barnes's right arm, latching onto it with her arms wrapped around, then dug her teeth in too. Barnes let out a howl of pain. Sherry took a step back, startled. This couldn't be real. There was no way a little girl could leap from a sitting position into the air and latch onto him, biting an arm like that. There had to be some way to explain this. Sherry's brain raced, trying to make sense of it all. "Get her off me!" Sherry snapped out of her confusion and ran to Barnes and the girl. Training began taking precedence over confusion. Sherry used one hand to pull on the girl's chin, then used the finger and thumb of her other hand to pinch the girl's nose. This should cause the girl to run out of breath and open her mouth. Ortega joined Sherry and grabbed the girl's arms, trying to unwrap them. It took several minutes, but Ortega and Sherry were able to remove the girl's grip on Barnes. Sherry fell backward as the girl let go. She landed on top of Sherry, their faces no more than a foot away from each other. "You," the girl said as she straddled Sherry, pinning her arms to the ground. "You are different than these two. You're a murderer. These two are only liars and adulterers." "I'm not a murderer," Sherry fired back. She was trying to push the girl off, but she was too strong. This shouldn't have been possible. The girl couldn't have weighed more than 90 pounds. "You killed that boy." "I did what I had to do." Barnes and Ortega, each of them grabbing one of the girl's arms, pulled her off of Sherry. The girl broke their grip and scurried under the metal-framed bed that was in the corner of the room. Ortega moved close to Sherry and whispered, "The demon lies to throw you off balance. Don't believe what it says." "Demon?" Sherry looked at Barnes. What is going on? I told you Shine wasn't a little girl. But you didn't tell me she was a demon. Would you have believed me? I thought it was best you just see for yourself. Now that I've seen, what the hell are we going to do about it? Get her back on that bed and in the restraints. That sounds a lot easier than it's going to be. Nah, we just got to get the bed out of the way, grab her arms, and let Ortega do his mumbo-jumbo while we put her on the bed and attach the restraints. That plan sounded simple enough, so, Sherry said, let's do it. Sherry moved to the bed, and Barnes followed. They pulled the bed out of the way, and the girl clung to the wall, crawling up it like an insect. Sherry was not expecting this. She was taken aback. Barnes looked as though he had been in this position before and didn't miss a beat in grabbing the girl's arm. She just kept climbing. Barnes looked at Sherry. Well, grab her arm. You don't want her getting on the ceiling. It's hell getting her off of there. Sherry reached for the girl, but the girl turned her head and bit Sherry's hand. The pain was sharp. It was like nothing Sherry had ever felt, but she was able to pull her hand out of the girl's mouth and grab onto the arm. Sherry began feeling woozy. That bite wasn't normal. She almost fell backwards, but was able to focus on grabbing the arm. Ortega then started splashing holy water from a tiny vial on the girl and speaking commandingly in Latin. The girl screamed. Then Barnes and Sherry were able to pull her off the wall. Sherry and Barnes put the girl on the bed, and Ortega continued to splash the holy water and command in Latin. The girl was still struggling, and her strength was still incredible for a person of her size. She was unfocused, though, because of Ortega's holy water and commands, so Sherry and Barnes were able to get her on the bed. Okay, now get her arms in the restraints, Barnes said to Sherry. Sherry reached down and got the leather strap that had a padded leather cuff attached to the end. Sherry and Barnes got the girl's wrists secured. Okay, now for the feet, Barnes continued. Ortega continued to splash the holy water and chant as Sherry and Barnes each grabbed an ankle, and despite the kicking and the struggling from the girl, they were able to get the ankles secured in the padded leather cuffs. The girl was now restrained, but Ortega kept speaking in Latin. It was different than before, though. It seemed more like he was asking the girl questions than giving her commands. The girl would talk back as if answering. This baffled Sherry. The girl was on the bed and in the straps. Why was Ortega continuing to speak in Latin? And why had this turned into a conversation? Ortega said one last thing in Latin to the girl. This last statement was said in a harsh tone. The girl's answers must have upset him. She started laughing in that guttural voice. Ortega then looked at Barnes. Let's go, it's late. The three then exited the basement, leaving the girl strapped to the bed, laughing out loud. As Barnes and Sherry walked out of the church, Sherry looked at her watch. It was 2 a.m. They had been in that church for almost 6 hours, and it didn't feel anywhere close to that. Sherry sat down on the concrete slab that functioned as a porch, looking down, exhausted. Barnes began. Remember that hill with the house built into the side? The bald mound. Sherry looked up at Barnes in acknowledgement of his question. Barnes continued. I found Shine wandering around outside it one night. She was talking in that same voice you heard her using in there. She doesn't always talk like that, though. Sometimes she talks normally, but we can't understand her because she speaks some kind of Indian language. One time I had a friend of mine who teaches anthropology down at Emily Morgan University in Austin come to see her. He said that the language she uses was used by the Apache. That really doesn't make sense. There hasn't been any Apache around here in hundreds of years. They were here before the Comanche. The Comanche ran them off. Even if the Comanche hadn't run them off, how could there be one that doesn't know any English, just wandering around? Anyhow, the night I found her, she was talking in that evil voice and acting violent, just like she was down there. I was able to wrestle her to the ground and restrain her. I brought her to Ortega because she seemed possessed, like those old movies. I figured a Catholic priest would know what to do. We started calling her Shine. That was 10 years ago. She hasn't aged at all. Barnes trailed off. I told you I'd answer questions, so do you have any? How often does this happen? How often does she slip from the restraints? Sherry asked. About once a year, Barnes answered. And how does Ortega keep her a secret from his congregation? That's the funny thing. I've lived in this county my whole life, and I've never seen anyone go into this church besides priests. I think a better question is, why does the Catholic Church pay to keep the lights on in a church in a town with no Catholics? Maybe it has something to do with a book, Sherry asked. A book? When Ortega and Shine were talking in Latin, they kept saying liber. I took Latin in college. I don't remember enough to understand what they were saying, but I know liber means book. Barnes paused, thinking, then said, Come on, I'll give you a ride home. We're going to get back to your training tomorrow. Sherry got up from the concrete slab and followed Barnes to the pickup. The only thing she could think is, maybe a black woman with a badge isn't the strangest thing this town has ever seen. Horror at the Hexagon House Inn by Bill Spears. September 24th, 1934. To my dear friend Robert Hoffman. Your favorite writer of weird fictions is a cowboy now. That's right. I, Henry Noble, and my lovely wife Victoria have moved from the great city of Chicago to an up-and-coming Texas town called Black Springs. You may ask why we have moved. The move was because Victoria has been suffering from a persistent cough for months, and doctors have recommended that we move to a drier climate. So, goodbye Great Lakes and hello to a town that has no natural water source other than a creek that is 10 miles away. Black Springs is a town that seems to be prospering more than many others from the recent oil boom. While the country seems to be in a recession, you couldn't tell it here. The name even comes from the oil boom. The story I've heard is that Black Springs was named New Munich when the community was discovered by German immigrants in 1859. The name was changed in 1917 when loathing of the Kaiser by the Scotch-Irish citizens that took over the population and the discovery of oil in the area caused them to change the name to Black Springs. It's no secret that the history of Texas economics is a bloody one between cattle drives and fence cutter wars. This newest chapter is no different. On the outskirts of oil boom towns, there are acres of tent cities where the roughnecks live while working in this county. At night, the roads are filled with miscreants and robbers that are looking to take advantage of the roughnecks that are reaping great rewards for the incredibly long hours they are working. Bars and beer joints are being erected overnight to tempt the roughnecks out of their pay. It's not unusual for gunfights to happen at these establishments. Here we are, 3.5 decades into the 20th century, an age of civility, and these men are living like they were in the outlaw West. Don't let my previous paragraphs worry you too much about my safety, though. If you take out the bars, robbers, tent cities, and oil derricks, Black Springs and Samuel County are quite beautiful. There's an opera house downtown that they are installing a screen and movie projector into. It will be the first movie theater in this area. That's not all. There is legend that the opera house was opened by John Wilkes Booth after he escaped death. Imagine the absurdity of the assassin of my home state hero escaping a burning barn and gunshot to the neck to open an opera house in Texas. Our lodging is quite remarkable as well. We're staying in room 2 of the Hexagon House Inn. This beautiful structure was built at the turn of the century and has 6 identical sides, each with balconies and 3 gables. Each gable has a 5-pointed star above a peaked window. The upstairs area has 6 rooms, 1 for each side of the inn. The rooms form a sort of circle, so room 1 is next to room 6. Each room is complete with a king-sized bed, and a fireplace, complete with a sitting area with 2 comfortable chairs. I have never seen anything like this and refuse to believe that an inn this remarkable exists anywhere else in the world. The inn is owned by a couple named Cartwright. They also live downstairs and are great company. In closing, I hope that you are doing well in California. Tomorrow morning I will start my new job as a ranch hand, because we both know that the delayed payments from Weird Fictions magazine are not going to be enough to support my wife and myself. Your friend, Henry Noble. October 25th, 1934. Dear Robert Hoffman, I'm glad to hear that all is well with you, and I did enjoy your story that was published in the last issue of Weird Fictions. The owner of the local pharmacy was kind enough to stock the magazine when I requested it. It turns out that it is quite the seller with the roughnecks that frequent the store for Benzedrine and sleeping pills. I'm honestly surprised these Scotch-Irish barbarians know how to read. They have finished installing the screen and the projector in the opera house, and it is now officially a movie theater. This weekend, for Halloween, the new Universal Pictures movie, The Black Cat, will be showing. It's based on the Edgar Allan Poe story. I hope the opera house isn't truly haunted by John Wilkes Booth. He might decide to shoot me, confusing me with another Republican from Illinois. My new job as a ranch hand on the Thalia Ranch is going well enough, but I fear that I am not entirely cut out for the work. It is hard labor and long hours. I have never ridden a horse before, so the experience I have to offer is limited. I feel like a burden because the other hands are constantly having to stop to teach me things that seem to come naturally to most people born down here. My writing has been suffering because I have hardly any time to devote to it. Working in the oil field is not a suitable alternative. Perhaps I can take up work as a soda jerk for the local drugstore. Victoria is ever supportive of whatever I wish to do. She received an inheritance years ago, and it helps us greatly. Thank you for asking about Victoria's cough. It has gotten so much better since we've moved to Texas. It has virtually disappeared in the past month. Speaking of Victoria, I do understand that this letter will find its way to you sometime after Halloween, but I have a great ghost story to share with you that involves Victoria. It's not a Weird Fictions yarn either. It's a real ghost story. For the past 2 weeks, I've woken up in the middle of the night, and Victoria was not in bed with me. For the first few nights, I went back to sleep and paid her absence no mind, and returned to my slumber. On the 4th or 5th night, however, I let my curiosity get the best of me, and began looking for her. I would find Victoria in room 4 of the inn. The room is currently unoccupied, as Victoria and I are the only lodgers at the moment. Victoria is spending these nights in room 4, sitting by the fire talking. The chair she's been sitting in has its back to the door, so she hasn't seen me standing there. There was no indication of who she had been talking to, though. The other chair was completely empty. It's like she was talking to herself, but that is an impossibility because she has been slipping into speaking German at times. I have never known Victoria to speak any other language. Last Sunday morning over breakfast, I asked Victoria about her fireside chats. She said she has no memory of what I'm talking about. She's firmly convinced that she's sleeping through the night. She even went as far as to tell me that the past few weeks were the best she's slept in years and only knows of going to sleep and waking up. Then I mentioned to her that I heard her speak in German. Victoria replied, "I don't even know German," in a laugh, as if I were making the whole thing up as a joke on her. But then she paused. I have been having dreams of a German priest, though. Do you think that it's possible that Victoria is dreaming of a ghost? Or possibly that this is a case of possession? I feel like I should be keeping a record of this, then maybe I too can have a new story published in Weird Fictions. Your friend, Henry Noble. November 30th, 1934. Dear Robert Hoffman, Your favorite writer of weird fictions is no longer a cowboy. That is correct. I am now a legitimate soda jerk. I do hope that I can perform this job to the best of my abilities. All joking aside, I received your letter Wednesday and do appreciate your support in my ghost situation. I felt you would best understand the situation out of all of our circle of weird fictions writer friends. The others all love to write about the supernatural, but I doubt any of them truly believe in the things they write about. It is now a cool November Friday afternoon, and I am riding in the cool air while sitting on the porch of the inn. Yesterday was Thanksgiving. I hope your holiday was well. Mine was educational. Mr. and Mrs. Cartwright are a couple in their 40s that never managed to have children. On Thanksgiving, they invited Victoria and I to join them and the family of Mr. Cartwright's brother for Thanksgiving dinner. Mr. Cartwright's brother, David, lives in San Antonio, where he has a practice as a doctor. David, his wife, and 2 teenage sons are also staying in rooms 5 and 6 of the inn for the weekend. During the dinner, I brought up Victoria's sleepwalking and dreams. As strange as it seems, I've actually never mentioned these things to the Cartwrights before. Only to you. I really haven't seen a point in mentioning them. The sleepwalking hasn't been a bother for weeks. Victoria denies it even happens, claiming she's been sleeping soundly. I've gotten used to it and am able to sleep through it. At the mention of dreams of a German priest, Mr. Cartwright and his brother David both fell silent. I took this as a rather ominous sign. So, after dinner, I made it a point to catch David on the porch while he was smoking his pipe. I wanted to find out if there was more to this. I really couldn't think of any way to lead in with it, so I just started talking, hoping that he would bring up the topic. It took a bit, but the conversation came around when David asked me how long Victoria and I were planning on staying at the inn. As long as we can. We really haven't discussed whether we should stay here or go back to Chicago. Have you thought of finding another place to stay in the meantime? Does this have to do with Victoria's dreams? David fell silent. He was looking for an excuse for us to leave that didn't involve whatever he was hiding. When he realized that there wasn't one, he asked, "Do you believe in the supernatural?" I answered that I did. I think there's something supernatural in that house. I think it's been here since 1917. Why 1917? I asked. In 1917, the Catholic Church built that little chapel out on the east side of town. I don't know why they even built it. Everyone in town is either German families that immigrated to Texas during the days of the impresarios or Scotch-Irish by way of Tennessee. The Germans are Lutheran, and the Scotch-Irish are Baptist. There's no Catholics. Anywho, they sent a priest, a German named Father Johann Bauer. Not like the Germans that were already here and have been here since the town was founded. This was a German from Germany. You can imagine that didn't go over very well since the Great War was going on at the time. We were in the middle of changing the name of the town because even the Germans living here didn't want to be associated with Germany. People said things about him. Some said that the Catholics didn't even build the church, that it was the Kaiser that had built it, and that the priest was a spy for the Kaiser. That made sense to a lot of people. Father Bauer was having a hard time finding any place to stay. None of the boarding houses would have him. No one wanted to rent or sell to him. My parents owned the inn at the time and weren't in any position to turn down anybody. So he stayed here, in room 4. I was 22 at the time and working here part-time and at the pharmacy part-time trying to save up for medical school. There was a pause. It was almost as if David needed a push to go further, so I asked him, what happened to Father Bauer? That church is about 1.5 miles from here. Father Bauer would walk it every day. I still don't see why. No one else was setting foot in the place. But he walked there every morning and then back here every evening. One morning he left for the church, but didn't come back that evening. He just disappeared? I asked. In a town this small, nobody just disappears. You hear talk about what happened to people. What talk did you hear about what happened to Father Bauer? He was lynched. You mean he was hanged? I was disgusted. I had heard stories of people being hanged here in the South, but the tales I'd heard usually involved the person being hanged also being accused of horrible crimes. I couldn't imagine someone being hung over paranoid rumors. Not all lynchings are hangings, David continued. In Father Bauer's case, he was tarred and feathered. I have lived my entire life in Chicago, where the police handle matters. Lynchings of any sort are not common. I was trying to imagine someone being tarred and feathered. I had always heard of this as a metaphor for humiliation, not a lynching. David saw the confusion in my face and began to explain. When someone is tarred and feathered, it's supposed to hurt and scar but not kill. The tar has to be hot enough to stick to the skin and the feathers. That's about 350 to 400 degrees at least. There was a group of about a half a dozen men that waited for Father Bauer between the church and here that evening. From what I understand, the goal was never to kill him, just to hurt him bad enough to make him want to leave. Something went wrong, though, and he ended up dead. From what I heard, the body was buried with the feathers still melted to the flesh. David Cartwright went on to tell me that the Catholic Church sent a new priest the following spring, this time an Irishman, so those types of rumors wouldn't spread again. David said he moved to San Antonio the following fall, and tries not to think of Father Bauer. I hope that my story hasn't lowered your spirits too much. I fear that this story might be too gruesome for even the pages of weird fictions if I were to try to turn it into a story for the magazine. I felt that I must write you while it was still on my mind, since it seems to relate to Victoria's new sleeping habits. I really want to get this to you as soon as possible, and it is early enough that I can walk to the post now and send it. Henry Noble. February 19th, 1935. My friend, Robert Hoffman. It has been months since I have written to you, and if you responded to the letter I sent you during Thanksgiving, I never received it. I have been institutionalized and imprisoned since the night that I placed that letter in the post to you. Robert, you are the only one that will believe me, and I have tried to explain to others what happened, but they locked me up in a sanitarium in North Texas where I was drugged and unable to communicate with the outside world. I spent months in that dreaded place, surrounded by people who couldn't even form a sentence. Screams of the mad filled the hallways at night. They thought I was mad because of the story I told them, but the place they sent me to cure me was driving me mad. I'm getting far ahead of myself, though. I need to start with that night, the night that you last heard from me. The evening was very normal. After I returned from placing the letter in the post, we sat in the parlor visiting. The Cartwrights, David's family, Virginia, and myself. The Cartwrights had a bottle of Kentucky bourbon that they shared with us. Around midnight, a thunderstorm rolled in. We wound things down and retired to our rooms. I fell asleep easily with the bourbon in my system, and Victoria beside me. As soon as my head hit the pillow, I was sleeping heavily, regardless of the storm. Suddenly, I was awakened by a stark, blood-curdling scream, the scream of a woman. I bolted upright, reaching my hand beside me. Victoria wasn't there. The storm was still raging outside. I got to my feet and rushed to the door, reaching for the electric switch next to it. I flipped the switch up, then down, then up again. But there was nothing. The storm had knocked out the electricity. I rushed back to bed with only the flashes of lightning to guide me. There was a kerosene lamp and a box of matches on the bedside table. I was so shaken by the scream and Victoria missing that I had trouble striking the matches. It took me 5 matches before I was able to keep one lit long enough to light the lamp. I then returned to the door and took a deep breath to steady myself before I pulled the door open. The light of the lamp could only illuminate so far, so I stepped out of the room. I was still at a loss of who made the scream or what caused them to make it. My intentions were to make it to rooms 6 and 5 to check on David Cartwright's family. I knocked on the door of room 6 where the teenage sons of David were staying. I knocked on the door, and it creaked open. I called into the room. "Hello!" There was no answer. I put my hand with the lamp into the room and followed it with my head. My dear friend Robert, I wish I could forget the sight I saw, but it will haunt me till the day I die. The bodies of the 2 teenage boys were laid on the floor at the foot of the bed, one on top of the other. The foreheads of each of them split open, as if by an axe. There were 2 streaks of blood running from the bed to the bodies. They were killed, then dragged to the floor. I gasped. This was a horrific scene, but it couldn't have been the source of the scream that I heard. It was a woman's scream. I mustered up courage to get past what I had seen and continued to room 5. Once again, I knocked and the door creaked open. I repeated the entry I used in room 6 with the lamp entering the room before me. The sight of David Cartwright and his wife was even more startling to me than the sight of their sons. David was lying face down on the bed with large cuts all over him. He must have been attacked by the same axe that his sons were. He never stood a chance. He was probably dead before he could even wake up. His right arm was either under him or missing altogether. I couldn't bring myself to approach him to find out. I couldn't see David's wife until I moved the lamp to explore more of the room. There she was, bent over the chair, her back up in the air and the axe still in her, the handle pointing straight up. I gasped again, this time almost dropping the lamp. I turned and ran to the staircase. It crossed my mind to see if Victoria was in room 4, but the thought of finding her butchered by the axe in there was simply too much to bear, so instead I ran down the stairs. When I was halfway down the staircase, there was a lightning flash that revealed the contents of the foyer to me. It was the bodies of the Cartwrights, lying on the floor with Victoria above Mrs. Cartwright, a knife in her raised hand. Her back was turned to me. In that split second, I saw the hand come down. Then it was dark again, before I saw her plunge the knife into the chest of Mrs. Cartwright. This sight was too much, and I succeeded in dropping the lamp this time. It shattered and the kerosene splashed onto the steps. The open flame of the lamp caught the spreading kerosene and ignited. Victoria turned around, then ran towards me with the knife in her hand. In a lightning flash, her face changed from my Victoria to a man with a disfigured face. A burned face with feathers melted to it. My Victoria was Father Bauer in that flash of lightning. But then it was back to my Victoria when the flash was over. But it wasn't my Victoria, because whatever it was still came at me with the knife raised. I was caught off guard and fell backwards, sliding down the stairs, but I was able to gather myself enough to make it to my feet quickly. Victoria, now standing in front of me, raised her hand, then brought the knife down at me. But I caught her arm. The fire was beginning to build on the staircase above us, but Victoria was too concerned with stabbing, and I too concerned with us surviving, for either of us to notice. She spoke. It was not Victoria's voice, though. It was the voice of a demon, and it will haunt me until the day I die. The words that came from her made no sense. "Eldrikoth sees you." The struggle took all of my strength, but I was able to push her to the side, into where the flames had spread. As her nightgown caught fire, I ran for the front door and escaped the house. I can only imagine Victoria's fate, being left in the house as it burned. I stood in the road watching the Hexagon house engulfed in flames as the sheriff approached. I told him exactly what had happened, and he took me to the sanitarium. I feared I would die in that place, screaming the words, "Eldrikasoth sees you." The sheriff returned for me and took me back to Black Springs for a trial. I thought that it would be an actual trial, but instead I was rushed into a courtroom and found guilty in less than an hour of murdering 7 people. I now sit on death row, this being my first correspondence since I last wrote you. You are the only person that will believe me. Please help. Henry Noble.
Academia Demonia by David O'Hanlon. August 1925. He crept along the side of the farmhouse, sticking to the shadows as he pushed the shotgun shells into his Winchester 1897. Honeysuckle drifted on the night breeze. He pinched his nose, trying to fight the urge to sneeze. The man rarely strayed from the grimy comfort of the Chicago streets. Out in the Illinois boondocks, his allergies were giving him fits, and the goddamn mosquitoes loved his aftershave more than the whores on State Street. He couldn't wait to be back home, and it wouldn't be much longer. Just 8 pulls of the trigger. Once the sneeze passed, the man continued his slow stalk to the back porch. Something sat sourly in his stomach. Vincenzo Rizzoli was paying a premium for a job that anyone could do. One nosy accountant, his family, and a 4-man contingent of state police. Rizzoli could have hired a 6 zips for what he was paying for the shotgun man. The man killed exclusively with his Winchester shotgun, so that was the moniker he'd been given. Gangsters were terrible at names. Admittedly, he liked the simplicity of the title and the anonymity it provided. Guys like Riz worried too much about their names. They wanted people to know who they were. They wanted to be feared. But the man knew fear didn't have a name. It had a sound. He racked the pump and kicked the back door. One of the coppers tried to earn his paycheck and capped off 2 rounds into the broken jam. The shotgun man, he returned fire, turning the gunfighter's face into a part of the decor. He had perfected his craft in the trenches. He kept the trigger depressed and worked the pump to slam fire the weapon. In less than 3 seconds, the shotgun was empty, and all the cops were down. 3 were dead, and 1 was catching up. The shotgun man pulled a shell from his bandolier and loaded it straight into the smoking chamber. He listened to the soothing death rattle of the one he'd caught in the chest. During the war, the Germans had claimed shotguns caused unnecessary suffering. Seemed more like a perk to him. Feet stomped frantically overhead as the family upstairs looked for places to hide. He wondered if they'd split up. A witness with a clear description would kill him as dead as a cop with a gun could. The accountant had brought his wife and 2 kids to the safe house. The shotgun man hated shooting kids. They moved too much. 3 hours later, the shotgun man stood over the shallow grave he'd prepared on the opposite side of the farm. He'd moved the 8 victims from the farmhouse before setting it ablaze. Authorities would find no remains in the ashes, and if there were no bodies, then there were no murders. The shotgun man struck a match with his thumb and puffed a Lucky to life between his thin lips. He held the match inside the stolen Ford. "There you are." He grabbed the boy's arm and tossed it into the pit with the rest of the child. He started the grueling task of filling the hole back in when headlights turned onto the gravel road. He watched the 3 pairs of lights jostling on the rough terrain. He dropped the shovel and retrieved his shotgun. The motors were too loud to be the Oldsmobile 37s the state police used, but any guest was an unwelcomed one at a crime scene. A pair of Buicks arrived first, flanking both ends of the shotgun man's Model T. He couldn't see the drivers, but he knew exactly who they were when the 3rd car pulled in. A parade of flaming elephants would have been less conspicuous than Rizzoli's Rolls-Royce Phantom. The shotgun man watched as the Goombas unloaded from their cars. A gut feeling told the shotgun man he should be shooting already. The Phantom's door swung open, and the gangsters stepped out, giving a wave to the assassin. "Got 'em all, Pally?" Riz asked. "Of course you fucking did. You mooks see that pit? The shotgun man always comes through. That's why he's gotta go." Rizzo whipped the Tommy gun from behind the door. The shotgun man never had a chance to move. The bullets stitched him up from groin to gullet, sending him into a backwards jig until he fell on top of the night's other victims. Riz had betrayed him, paying him off with 30 pieces of lead. He could smell his gums cooking against the hot slug buried in his jaw. He was losing feeling in his limbs. He struggled to wrap his fingers around the walnut grip of the shotgun. He wanted that to be the last thing he felt. A shovel full of dirt hit him in the face. Then another. He squeezed the shotgun tight in his dying grasp and prayed for revenge. Someone was listening. 100 years later, Michelle Iommi and Dia Patel passed the vape pen between themselves in a butterscotch-scented cloud that seemed to hang indefinitely over the picnic table the 4 cheerleaders had commandeered for their free period. Shari Riley watched Ethan Crow carving into another table on the far side of the yard. "What is he even doing here?" she growled. "We running short on Rusties?" Rusties were the people who lived south of the town's junkyard. During the Great Depression, children from the area would bathe in the creek, and the water would stain their skin with the rust that washed down from the yard. Almost a century later, the pejorative was still going strong. Then again, so was the poverty. "School choice law," Dia told her. "Address doesn't matter anymore." Well, it shouldn't apply to him, Shari defended her stance. He's always given me the creeps. Not the only one. Chelsea Rizzoli pointed to the far end of the school. That perv's been hanging around since I got off the bus. What perv? Michelle looked around. I don't see anyone. That guy right... Shit. He was right there. Chelsea shrugged. He's been watching us for like an hour. Maybe he finally filled his spank bank. You mean that weird guy in the hat? Dia asked. You saw him too? Chelsea took the vape from her. Right before I came out, Dia said. He was hanging by the library. What kind of freak wears a trench coat? Dude gave me the serious ick. He was right there, though, Chelsea said. You couldn't have seen him inside. I did, Dia squirmed. What if there's like a group of them, like one of those pedo pizza cults? Don't be stupid, Shari rolled her eyes. This town is full of degenerates, like, hey, where'd Ethan go? Don Roberts kept his eyes on the map as he navigated half-heartedly to his classroom. He'd grown up wanting to be a teacher. After 30 years working in Chicago public schools, he just wanted to retire. This was his first year at LHHS. It was a smaller school with less problems, but kids were kids everywhere you went, and kids were always little shits. His first year teaching, he'd been stabbed by a student. His last, he'd been turned into a meme. Both had cut him deeply. Thankfully, he didn't have a class scheduled until second period, so he'd be able to get in a nip of Jameson before the little bastards rolled in. If he ever found the damn classroom. Roberts jumped at a shadow on the wall. The black shade of the long coat and the hipster cap were distinctive on the mint green paint. His eyes traced the sketched form back to an adjoining hall. The teacher took careful steps so that he could get a good jump out of the truant student. He paused at the corner and tried to wipe off the shit-eating grin. Hey, kid! He shouted as he swung into the corridor. What the heck? Where'd you go, kid? No one was there. No footsteps had retreated across the speckled flooring, yet the closest place to hide were the bathrooms at the far end. Windows lined one side of the hall, and Roberts glanced uncomfortably at his squat shadow directly opposite them. Despite the August sunlight spilling in, he found himself shivering. Roberts beat a quick path to the restroom. Okay, kid, time to get back to class. No one answered. Roberts walked into the men's room and heard the rattle of feet pulling up onto a seat. The teacher pushed the door. It swung inward, bumping against the teen's knee. The kid took out one earbud and held his hand out expectantly. You here to help me wipe? He asked. Pinch it off, Roberts nodded to the exit. You're missing class. I'm not missing a goddamn thing, the kid responded. Kid, Ethan, the teen corrected him. Okay, Ethan, you need to get back to class now. Or what? Ethan snickered. You'll expel me from the place I don't want to be for not being here? Bit early in the year to be this defeatist. Bruh, I got 46 days until I turn 18. Ethan put his earbud back in. You and the rest of the faculty can ignore me that long. Then I'll get out of your hair. All 4 you got left. That'll be enough. Roberts grabbed the teen's arm. Let's go see Ms. Wardlow. Ease back, Kevin Spacey. He shouldered into Roberts to knock him away. You can't touch me. This ain't 1984. Then act your age and walk yourself. Why don't you suck these balls of academia, Pops? Roberts snapped a finger at the door. Now! The lights flickered, drawing the teacher's attention long enough for Ethan to run for the exit. The bell rang, swallowing the sound of the door banging into the wall. By the time Roberts got there, the delinquent had melded into the swell of students escaping first period. I should have stayed in the city, Roberts grumped. Chelsea watched out the third-floor window of her AP history class. The first day of school normally had lots of vacant desks as the teens begrudgingly broke from their summer routines. However, by fourth period, Chelsea was sure something else was going on. Despite 36 desks, only 19 students occupied the classroom. 2 of the missing had just been with her in trig. She wasn't the only one that noticed. No one, including the teacher, seemed particularly interested in the curriculum. A sudden bang drew attention to the back of the room, where Darcy Smith sat. Darcy stared at the book she'd dropped with confusion, but didn't make a move to pick it up. Chelsea turned to the window again and gasped at the silhouette of a man outside. Dia screamed. Darcy was convulsing at her desk. Foam flew from her mouth and her eyes rolled back before she fell to the floor. Most of the students shrank away from the violent seizure, clinging to the walls while pulling out their phones. The teacher slid to the girl's side. I'll get the nurse, Chelsea said, chancing one last glance around for the specter in the window before darting out of the class. Nurse McBride was occupied with her 6th case of I don't feel good for the day. Hunter Prescott made a show of holding his stomach while groaning. McBride poured him a shot of Pepto, but when she turned around, Hunter was missing. The door was still closed, and she hadn't heard it open. She shrugged, downing the pink syrup herself. The first week was always full of whiners looking to go home sick. There were at least 3 waiting outside the office for their chance to try. A warm, wet droplet exploded on McBride's hand. She looked down at the strange, foamy, green-yellow spatter. Yuck! She raised her eyes to the ceiling, assuming it had come from a second-story bathroom. She expected a spreading stain of sewage saturating the overhead tiles. Nothing prepared her for what she found instead. Ethan sat in the janitor's closet. He'd been changing hiding spots every period since his run-in with that new teacher. There were enough problems at home. He needed to come to school just enough to keep the principal from calling the cops. Last time that happened, he walked into a door and spent a week in the hospital. Once he turned 18, he'd drop out and haul ass to Canada. Ethan leaned against the wall and thought about where he'd hide out next. A hiss emanated from the mop sink he sat on. A sulfurous scent wafted up from the drain. He fanned the smell away. The closet door inched open. Ethan prepared to make a run for it, but no one was there. The stench grew stronger with another strange hiss. Someone in the hall whistled a slow tune. He saw their shadow on the wall, but not its owner. Ethan watched the shadow peel itself from the cinder blocks. The darkness stretched away like black sinew holding meat to bone. It snapped audibly as the shadow man moved to the doorway. "We have work to do," the voice coming from the walls themselves growled. The sea snake shot from the drain, twisting its massive body around Ethan. The shade stroked the snake's scales, leaving an oily streak along its length as the serpent forced itself between the teen's teeth. Ethan's throat swelled as the snake descended into his belly. The shadow man leaned over him, dripping shadow onto the boy like it were sweat. Darcy snarled and spat until she abruptly fell still. Miss Kirk leaned over Darcy's mouth to listen for a breath. The forked tongue dry-licked the teacher's ear. Kirk fell backwards. Darcy lifted from the ground, springing upright on the tips of her toes. Her milky eyes moved between the students, then settled on Miss Kirk. Darcy's sneakers squelched on the tile as she glided across the room. "Holy shit!" a classmate exclaimed. "Fuck the nurse! Get a priest!" Darcy waved her hand, sending a desk soaring towards the student and smashing his skull between it and the wall. Darcy's spine broke with a wet crunch as her head continued turning to face her fellow students. "Pestis eram vivus," she growled inhumanly. "Moriens tua mors ero." Nurse McBride stared up at Hunter, clinging to the ceiling. He smiled until his cheeks tore open and his mouth stretched to an impossible width. Luminescent green-yellow vomit showered over the nurse. Her shoes slipped in the chunky fluid. A rash of blisters broke out across her skin. Roaches and worms squirmed in the vomit. McBride screamed for help. Maggots wriggled from Hunter's pores, dropping down onto the nurse. They squirmed vigorously from the weeping blisters and chewed their way into her flesh. Hunter dropped from the ceiling, pinning McBride to the floor. She stared into his ragged, gaping mouth. Eyes shining like a cat's stared back at her from deep inside his throat. No wonder his stomach had hurt. Chelsea banged on the door to the robotics lab. Mr. Clark was a total nerd and would surely be able to help with Darcy, she thought. She threw the door open. A number of students were convulsing on the floor. Others were doing the same on the ceiling. Mr. Clark tisked loudly. "This isn't your class, Miss Rizzoli," he said. Chelsea stood frozen, unable to find the words she needed. She shakily pointed at the students. She wanted help. She wanted answers. She wanted to say anything at all, but there weren't any words made for that sort of thing. The teacher turned to her. Clark's hollow eye sockets met her gaze. He was smiling widely, with the organs staring at Chelsea held between his teeth. He bit down, crushing his eyeballs. Ocular fluid spurted across Chelsea's blouse. She ran out of the room. Blood drained out of a locker, causing her to slip, but not fall. At least 3 more lockers were leaking around her. Chelsea thought of the missing students. She pulled her phone from her pocket. The screen flashed and flickered in a pixelated rainbow of colors. She spotted the fire alarm on the wall and darted for it. Her fingers stretched for the white handle. Someone caught her by the wrist. The hand was delicate, but the grip was anything but. Principal Wardlow tossed Chelsea's hand clear of the alarm. "What is the meaning of this?" the prim principal demanded. "I don't smell smoke out here." Something is wrong," Chelsea stammered. "Everyone is... Fuck, I don't know. They're sick, okay? We need help." "Sick?" Wardlow cackled and gestured to the hall. "They look perfectly healthy to me." Chelsea whirled around. The students were filing out of the robotics lab. They crawled along the walls and ceilings like spiders. Mr. Clark stalked out of the room on all fours. Classrooms filled with guttural shouting in an unknown language. People screamed. A locker popped open, spilling the mutilated corpse of a former classmate at Chelsea's feet. "Don't run," the principal said. "This is your party, kiddo." Chelsea damn sure ran. On the 50-yard line, Ethan clawed away chunks of turf from the football field. Nurse McBride, with her face hanging in ragged strips from her skull, crawled onto the field. She sniffed at Ethan and snarled. The teen continued his mad digging. Hunter dropped to his other side. Their hands tore into the earth alongside Ethan's. More students came to their aid. A long shadow fell over them. The silhouette removed its fedora as it watched them work. In 3 hours, the final bell would ring. Buses would arrive. Parents would be waiting outside. The task had to be done before then. That was the deal that had been struck. "What is wrong with my phone?" Dia whined. "It's an Android," Michelle answered, taking out her new iPhone. "Fuck!" Her screen was an array of flashing colors. Others had encountered the problem when they tried to film Darcy levitating. That had been scary enough, but Michelle, Shari, and Dia got the hell out of there when she started ripping off heads. Shari kept her back to the bathroom door to hold it shut. Dia paced the room. Michelle threw her phone against one of the mirrors and slunk into a stall. "Are you trying to get us killed? We have to stay quiet," Shari warned. "You saw what Darcy did. We need to call for help." "All the phones are broken," Dia said. "Why is she doing this?" Michelle sobbed. "That bitch was always crazy." Shari pressed her ear to the door. "I don't hear anything. Maybe we should make a run for it." We need to shelter in place, Dia protested, just like the drills. Bad idea, the guttural voice said from within the walls. Darcy's face, now festering with sores, appeared in the broken mirror. She smiled. Her teeth were stained with blood and black bile. The bathroom door flung open, sliding Cherie across the floor. Darcy floated into the bathroom, dragging her toes. She rolled a severed head like a bowling ball to Dia's feet. If you want to be popular, Darcy said, you gotta give a little head. The ceiling tiles collapsed over the three girls, and a cascade of large, hairy spiders showered down onto them. The bathroom door slammed on its own. Darcy's laughter rattled like stones in a blender. Dia stomped at the arachnids. Then the lights went out. Ethan snapped the skeleton's fingers off to free the Winchester shotgun. It felt at home in his hands. He pushed the slide back to see a shell still in the chamber. He stared at the disembodied arm of a child mixed among the grave's many bones. Nurse McBride slipped the bandolier of extra ammunition over Ethan's head and straightened it for him. The fifth period bell rang. Those that hadn't been possessed or killed would be cowering inside, praying for a rescue. The thing inside McBride snarled. It knew all too well what it was like waiting to be saved. They'd smoldered for millennia, spewing unanswered prayers themselves. Hell's darkest soul had become their light. His revenge would be their freedom. Legion would inherit the earth. Chelsea watched through the locker vents as possessed students stalked the hall for survivors. A shrill cry echoed down the corridor. The students paused, growling lowly amongst themselves. Two freshmen sprinted past Chelsea's hiding place. A possessed student drove one to the floor. Others sprang at the teen's flailing limbs. Gunshots echoed through the halls of the school. Chelsea almost screamed. It had to be the cops. Someone's phone had worked, and they'd called for help. That was the only thing that made sense. Not that anything had to during a demonic invasion. Chelsea broke from cover while the possessed were busy ripping their victim apart. There was no shortage of freshmen, anyhow. Chelsea hurdled a skateboard that zipped across her path. The rider, a future dropout named Kyle Long, winked at her from the ceiling. Foamy saliva rolled down his inverted face, etching the flesh to his hairline. Kyle dropped onto the floor. He growled and gnashed his teeth. Complecte abyssum. A snarl emanated from within him. Not that one, a disembodied voice commanded. We have a deal. The others are for you, but this one is mine. Non ducor duco, Kyle's demon replied. The shotgun boomed. Kyle's head flopped to the side, clinging to his body by ravaged muscle. The second shot blasted him down the hallway. Chelsea looked down the hall, expecting a savior. Instead, she saw Ethan Crow racking a fresh shell into his shotgun. The flickering lights cast a long shadow behind him. The shadow of a man in a long coat and fedora. Her knees shook with a primal urge to spring into action. But she held her ground. "Ethan?" she said, softly. "You saved me." The barrel shifted in her direction. Chelsea dived to the floor. Kyle's black blood had turned the tile into a slip-and-slide that carried her across the corridor. The shotgun blew chunks out of the floor. Ethan let out an inhuman scream as his prey scrambled to her feet and ran for the stairwell. He drew a shell from the bandolier. The century-old plastic crumbled between his fingers, spilling powder and shot at his feet. He sprinted after her. The teen took the stairs 2 and 3 at a time. Ethan hurriedly loaded 3 rounds into the gun. His first shot reduced a cinder block to dust, inches from his target. Chelsea flung herself over the handrail, falling the last 10 feet to the ground. She heard Ethan land behind her as she scrambled to her feet. Pain shot up her leg, but she forced herself to hobble toward the daylight, spilling through the front entrance. The shotgun butt struck her neck, and she sprawled out onto the floor. The black slit pupils of Ethan's yellow eyes gazed down on her. Venomous saliva rolled off his teeth, trickling onto his bottom lip. His shadow moved across the walls, circling Chelsea. "No more running, Rizzoli," the voice said through Ethan's mouth. "Why, Ethan?" "Not Ethan. It's..." He pursed his lips. "I don't actually recall. 100 years up here feels like 1,000 down there. Only name I remember is yours. I made sure of that. Every day, the imps ripped my skin from my bones, and when it grew back, I carved your name in anew to make sure I would never forget who put me in that pit." "I never did anything to you," Chelsea whimpered. "Guilt is in the blood. Your blood knows me well." Ethan moved a hand to his bare head, and the shadow tipped his hat. "Time to pay up, Riz." The shotgun man's silhouette peeled away from Ethan to kneel beside Chelsea. His frozen fingers moved the hair away from her face. He traced an oily, black X onto her forehead. He gripped a fistful of her hair to keep her still and turned to Ethan. "Don't miss, boy," he said. Ethan pressed the stock into his shoulder. Tears ran down his cheeks as he lined up the shot. The possessed students and faculty assembled behind him to watch. When the deed was done, they'd be free upon the world. Legions snarled and hissed with anticipation. Ethan shook his head, mumbling apologies as he moved against his will. The barrel of the gun stared at Chelsea like a wide, black eye. Ethan's fingers squeezed the trigger. Nothing happened. He pumped the bad shell to the floor and pumped in a new one. Chelsea swung her foot up to his groin. The gun went off, blasting the shotgun man's shadow. The immaterial spattered the floor. The shotgun man stared at the shadow of his severed arm. A distant memory followed him back from hell. The appendage melted into a greasy puddle as he thought about that night at the farmhouse. The shotgun man looked up to see Chelsea limping away from him, but she was no longer alone. A child held her hand, guiding her to the exit. The ragged stump of the little boy's right arm dripped sunlight onto the floor. Ethan fell to all fours, retching violently. The shotgun man watched the serpent spilling from the teen's mouth. It coiled around itself. Its muscular striped body withered. Its scales flaked from its rotting muscles. One of the possessed fell from the ceiling. Then another. The building trembled. Demonic screams filled the corridors of the high school. Sulphurous fog roiled from the lockers and classrooms. Hell had noticed their absence. "Do something!" the shotgun man barked to the assembled mob. Shadowy, inhuman figures stood over the disoriented students. Their glowing red eyes glared balefully at the shotgun man. The yellow fog swirled around them, dragging them from the hallway in a cacophony of screams and curses. A locker creaked open behind the shotgun man. He glanced one last time at his beloved weapon, and then to Chelsea as she stepped out of the school. The final bell of the day rang. Serpentine wisps of fog reached out of the locker and wrapped around his form. "We had a deal," he whispered. The fog ripped him backwards, and the locker slammed shut. Chelsea squinted against the afternoon sun at the crowd gathered in front of the school. Emergency lights flashed on top of police cars and fire trucks. The warm grip of the child's hand faded, and she looked down to find him missing entirely. The other students, the ones who survived, began staggering out of the doors behind her. Yellow tendrils of fog drifted around their feet and dissipated into the air. The students stumbled around, murmuring amongst themselves. No one remembered what had happened. No one knew why they were filthy or could taste the blood and meat of their classmates still in their mouths. Chelsea sat on the steps and hugged her knees to her chest. She saw the one-armed child walking through the throngs of sobbing parents rushing to their children. At the edge of the lot, his family waited to take him home.
Crime and Bedevilment by Joe Solmo. "Damn it, Mickey, what did I tell you?" Brandon said, slamming the butt of his pistol down on the hood of the Ford pickup. Rust rained down on the tall grass along the side of the country road. "To dress inconsequential. Mickey replied, looking up at his older brother. 10 years separated them, so they hadn't grown up close. Rather, the brothers grew closer as they both realized they liked stealing. Must be in their blood. Their father had been in prison since Brandon was just 14. Mickey barely remembered him at all. "Inconspicuous, you idiot! You look like a goddamn cartoon. Under that all-black outfit and black ski mask, you wearing a raccoon-eyed mask, striped shirt, and a bag with a big fucking dollar sign on it?" Brandon sneered. "Just my regular clothes. I didn't know there was a fucking uniform for criming," Mickey responded. He pulled the black hoodie over his head and tossed it onto the grass against the fence. His hair rose in the dry, static, charged air of the northeast. "Jesus fucking Christ!" Brandon said and shook his head. He couldn't help but laugh. Under the hoodie, Mickey was wearing a Hawaiian shirt. The ridiculous bright colors assaulted his sight. "Were you dropped on your head as a child?" "Ma would never have done that to me. I was her favorite," Mickey said proudly. His white-toothed smile cut through the fading light. Fuck your mother! She was quite the looker back in the day. Did you see their wedding album? Mickey asked. For fuck's sake, go check the lock on the gate before you reach a point where you couldn't possibly disappoint me more, Brandon said, and checked the contents of the backpack on the ripped seat of the Ford. He'd be mad about the rip, but it wasn't his truck. Mickey wandered over to the gate and wiggled the wrought iron. It clanked in its locked housing. He shook his head as he dug in his back pocket for the tools he needed to get it open. And another thing, Brandon said as he approached. When you steal a getaway vehicle, never go forward. We don't need to be breaking down when the cops are chasing. Use what little brains you got, will ya? I can't concentrate when you're picking on me, Mickey said, jamming a small straight piece of metal into the lock. I'm a little jumpy is all. My heart's racing like I drank a 30-pack of Mountain Dew. This could be a big score. You saw the escort the lady got from the room with the safe deposits back at the bank. Whatever was in that box they carried to her Audi has to be worth a fortune. I'm glad we noticed her. It'll be so much easier to rob one woman than a whole bank, Brandon explained. Just watch the driveway. I almost got it, Mickey said, and an audible clink was heard. The old rusty gate swung in towards them a few inches with a creak. Mickey turned to his brother with a smug smile and leaned his back on the gate. Now who's the idiot? His eyes grew large as the gate swung shut behind him, the lock clicking in place. My opinion hasn't changed, brother, Brandon said. Now hurry up. It's about to snow and I bet that beater Ford ain't got no snow tires. I noticed it's a two-wheel drive. Who the fuck buys a two-wheel drive truck? What's the fucking point? Hey, let me grab that hoodie. I'm freezing, Mickey said before working on the lock again. After a few moments, they were making their way up the long driveway leading to a large house, looming in the distance. The sun was setting behind the house, making it a black rectangle to the brothers. A row of trees lined either side of the gravel drive, and Brandon had them weave through them on the approach to avoid detection. Brandon, I just thought of something, Mickey said, halting behind a tree. He was out of breath already and needed to stop. That's dangerous, although I am curious as this is your first one, Brandon retorted. Seriously, what if they have big dogs roaming the grounds or something? You would think a rich lady like this would have some kind of protection way out here. You carry a steak in your pants? No, but I have a peanut butter granola protein bar. In case we're out late, I bring them because I know you can't have them and won't eat it on me like you do those chocolate ones, Mickey replied. Looks like you're doomed then. Come on, let's get this over with. You remember the plan? Brandon asked. You scope out the house quick to see how many people are inside. We come in from opposite ends and round people into the living room. Then we make the bitch get the box from the bank. We tie them up and we leave. Mickey repeated the plan Brandon told him earlier. Yeah, no need to actually hurt anyone. If we gotta, sure. I ain't got no problem laying the bitch to rest to get away or something, but just don't get carried away. Remember, no names once we are in there, Brandon said. What if I have to get your attention? What do I call you? Call me Willy Wonka, Brandon said sarcastically. Mickey gave him a confused look for a second and then whispered the name back, like he was committing it to memory. Brandon reached into the bag and pulled out a flashlight and checked that it worked, lighting up the ground below them. He tucked it into his belt buckle and shivered. The temperature had dropped and the first flakes of snow started to fall. We better hurry. This snow means footprints, Brandon said. Wait here. Okay, Willy Wonka, Mickey said with a seriousness that made Brandon crack a smile. He took off towards the house in a jog, leaving Mickey leaning against the large oak tree. He noticed some scratches in the bark of the tree and started to carve his initials into it out of boredom. Then, at the last minute, realized that was a dumb mistake. Although he couldn't read what the other people had carved, it looked like 4 lines. He didn't want to leave evidence. Brandon would get super pissed at him if he did. I have to smarten up like Brandon says, Mickey muttered and put his knife away. The large flakes of snow had already covered the ground with a dusting. He always loved the silence of a snowfall. It's like everything pauses to enjoy the natural beauty. He thought about his cut of the job. I might retire to Aspen. I bet it looks like this all the time there, he thought. Or maybe Maine or Alaska. You can have the beaches and their crowds and washed up needles and garbage. Fuck them sharks. I'd rather have to fight a polar bear than a shark anyways, he said to the night. Who you fighting? Brandon said, returning from his recon mission. Not sharks, that's for sure, Mickey replied, confusing Brandon further. The older brother shook his head to clear the nonsense and get his thoughts back on track. Follow me, Brandon said, and led them closer to the house. They ducked down behind the Audi they saw the woman drive earlier. A layer of snow covered the red paint. They eyed the front door. I didn't see no cameras. I think we're good. What's that on the door? Mickey asked, looking at a strange symbol. Probably the family crest or something. Nothing for us to worry about. I don't give a fuck who the old bitch is as long as she gives us the goods in that box, Brandon said. It looks like the funny writing the Egyptians did, Mickey said. I need you to focus on the job, not what's on the door. It don't mean nothing to us, Brandon whispered through chattering teeth. The only lights on in the house is in the den in the back. I'll go around there and enter. You come through this front door and meet me there. I heard her talking to someone, but I think it's just the two of them. It shouldn't be a problem. Okay, Brandon, I'm focused. I'm really trying to smarten up, you know. I'm just not wired for it. I'll do my best, Mickey said. You better do better than that, Brandon said, and started to move. His boots made a wet squeak as he took a step. They're gonna hear you coming like that, Mickey said. I told you not to buy those cheap-ass boots from the drugstore. Should have ordered some like I did, Mickey said, jumping up and down to show his brother that his shoes don't squeak. Will you knock that off? Give me your boots, Brandon demanded. Fuck off. This time I was smarter, and I'm gonna reap the rewards. Warm, toasty feet, Mickey said with a grin. Fuck it, Brandon said, and took his boots off, stuffing them in the bag of break-in tools. Give me to the count of 20, then go in the front door. You can count that high, right? Sure can. That's all my fingers twice. Here, I'll show you. 1, 2. Mickey held both middle fingers to his brother. You're lucky I don't thump you right now, Brandon said. He headed around the corner of the house. Mickey started to count. He would never give his brother the satisfaction of knowing that he did have to count it out on his fingers. Besides, why does it matter? I still get to 20, he thought. At 20, Mickey headed to the door. When he got closer, he got a better look at the door. The symbol on it wasn't the pictures of Egyptians, but the circle with the star that he'd seen in countless horror movies. He didn't like it one bit. He knew if he didn't go in, his brother would likely give him that thumping, so he grabbed the knob and turned it, half hoping it would be locked and he would have an excuse not to enter. But, much to his chagrin, it opened right up. Son of a bitch, Mickey said and pulled the pistol from his waist. It wasn't loaded. Brandon wouldn't let him carry real bullets, and most of the time just seeing the gun was enough for them to get what they wanted from people anyway. He entered the door and headed towards the light coming from the end of the hallway in front of him. He was just a few feet from the end of the hall when he heard Brandon's voice telling the people in the room to sit down and put their hands where he could see them. He rounded the doorframe and saw a large room lit by a large fireplace and more candles than he'd ever seen in his life, like a whole church amount. The symbol from the door was on the floor in some kind of white substance. A well-muscled man wearing nothing but leather pants and a ball gag was on his knees, and the bitch from the bank was wearing some kind of black plastic skin-tight catsuit. Brandon was standing near the curtained windows at the far side of the room, gun in his hand. The woman dropped what appeared to be a large dog's chew toy on the floor. She moved back a few steps to a plush chair, and the man crawled over and sat by her booted feet. "What the fuck is going on in here?" Mickey asked. The man turned to him and snarled through the gag. The woman looked up at him. She had the strangest eyes. All black, no white at all. It was unnerving. Mickey wondered if black eyes could see in the dark better. Maybe they were more light sensitive. That's why the mood lighting with the fucking candles. "Seems this old hag got herself a boy toy and she's into kinky shit," Brandon said, pointing the gun at her. His eyes scanned the room looking for the box they saw her leave the bank with. He found it on a table near the fireplace. "Brother, grab the box." "Common thieves." "How pathetic," the woman said and started to stand up. "Move again and I will plug you," Brandon said. "You have no idea what you've stumbled upon, do you? This is almost comical," the woman said and stood up, her skin-tight suit creaking as she did so. Blam! Everyone froze, everyone except the man on his knees at the foot of the woman. He fell over onto the floor, blood pooling under him. "Consider that a warning," Brandon said. "You said no killing unless it was necessary," Mickey yelled out. "You fool," the woman called out and raised her hand. She said something in another language, and suddenly Brandon found himself a few inches in the air, arms tight against his body. He couldn't move. It hurt to breathe. He dropped the gun on the floor. "Do you have any idea how long it takes to properly train them? Years to do it right. Tonight, I was going to reward his obedience and make him one of the protectors, the guardians of the sisterhood. How we waited for the right solstice, and you buffoons ruined it," the woman yelled. Mickey could see a power in her black eyes that scared him. He forgot that his gun didn't work and squeezed the trigger. The woman heard the click and sent a wave of force at Mickey. He fell over the ottoman and onto the hardwood floor. She turned her attention back to Brandon. She motioned him over towards the box. "You want what's inside?" she asked. "You have to have it, do you? Worth killing for?" "Look, lady, we were just looking for an easy score. Things got out of hand," Brandon gasped between pained breaths, second-guessing the night's plan. "Out of hand? My chosen lay dead." She made a spinning motion, and Brandon began to rotate in front of her. "I guess you will have to do." She opened the box and pulled out the contents, turning back to him. Brandon's greedy eyes fell on the object in her hand, and his expression changed from one of greed to confusion, then to disappointment. Mickey knew that look all too well. It was the one his brother gave him the most. He hated that look. He had to try harder to be a good brother. But what could he do? "A fucking dog collar?" Brandon asked incredulously. "That's what you kept at the bank for safekeeping?" "Not just any collar, boy," she said and undid the clasp on it. "This one is special, made by mad monks of Monmouth, commissioned by the head sister, Agatha, my mother, in 1080 AD, to protect us from the dark times of man. The coven needed muscle to act when magic had to remain hidden in the shadows. You will now be the protector of our coven. You will take his place," she explained, nodding at the corpse on the floor. She placed the collar on Brandon. A flash filled the room as she closed the clasp. "Put my brother down," Mickey said with as steady a voice as he could muster. "Don't test me, boy. You've tried that trick before," the woman said and waved her hand dismissively at him, but not before he pulled the trigger on the gun. This time, it rang out as the bullet escaped the barrel of Brandon's pistol and entered the old witch in the chest. She fell back in surprise, losing her magical grip on Brandon, who fell to the floor. He began to cough, trying to breathe. Mickey unloaded into the woman, making sure she wasn't going to get back up. A tear fell down his cheek. He had never shot anyone before. He knew it was going to stick with him for a long while. The look on her face. He threw the gun down and turned towards his brother. "I did good, Brandon?" he asked. "Sure did, little bro." "Help me up," Brandon said, regaining some strength. Mickey held his arm around his brother. "Help me get this fucking thing off." They both fumbled with the clasp, but it wouldn't come off. "We're gonna need some tools," Mickey said, looking around for the backpack. Just then, they heard a cell phone ringing. Mickey found it on the table and picked it up. He saw the wide-eyed look and disappointment in Brandon's eyes when he answered it. Well, what was he supposed to do? Let it ring? He hated the sound of a ringing phone. Who doesn't keep it on silent nowadays?
"Carmela? Carmela, dear, we're running a bit late. I'm afraid the snow has slowed us. We should arrive by 9. See you then."
Mickey and Brandon looked up at the clock above the fireplace. It was 15 till 9. "We need to get the fuck out of here," Brandon said. "Grab the bag and the guns. We can fuck with this collar once we're gone." Mickey did as he was told. Brandon took the candles and placed them by the long curtains on the window, the flames licking the fabric. "Come on, this place is going to burn down," Brandon said, and headed for the back door. As they made their way through the snow of the yard, they saw headlights coming up the drive. "Shit, get down!" Brandon yelled. They both flattened in the snow to avoid detection. They let the car pass and got up, watching the limo reach the house. Flames could be seen through the front windows. With any luck, no one will see what happened inside. Brandon led the way down the slope toward the fence and the waiting jalopy of a Ford Mickey had stolen. Brother?" Mickey said, looking down at the snow in front of him. Brandon stopped. "Are you okay?" Mickey asked. Brandon muttered something under his breath that Mickey assumed was him being mean. It sounded coarse and angry. Mickey bent down in the darkness to get a better look at the snow. His brother's footprint was unrecognizable. It looked odd, wider with a center sunk in. 4 other indentations near the front. It took Mickey a moment to realize what he saw. It was a dog's footprint. Did they really have large dogs on the grounds prowling for intruders? He fucking knew it. Brandon made a noise. Mickey looked up at him. "What was that?" he asked. When Brandon didn't move, Mickey walked around him to see his brother's face. But what he saw horrified him. Short, coarse hair covered his face. His nose had grown and his lips, black like an old dog's, parted, showing sharp, carnivorous teeth. "What did that bitch do to you?" Mickey asked. Just then, shouts from behind them rang out. Shadows fell on them as people approached. Brandon snarled and bounded off towards them. Mickey ran for it the other way. The gate was in sight. All he had to do was reach the truck. He ran so fast his feet were slipping in the snow on the wet grass. He almost fell twice. The second time, he grabbed the gate to save himself. Behind him, he heard screaming and an inhuman roar that made the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He put the hood up on the black hoodie he was wearing and slipped through the fence. The truck was just where he left it. He was so glad that he had the keys and didn't give them to his brother like he usually did. He yanked the door open and climbed in. He jammed the key in the ignition in a panic and twisted it. Nothing happened. "Not now, oh fuck!" he said and tried again. Again, nothing happened. Was the battery dead? He listened and heard no noise from behind the gate. Was his brother okay? He popped the hood release and reached for the handle on the door, opening it about 6 inches before it was slammed shut on him. The snarling face of his brother's new form pressed up against the glass of the door, steaming it in its hot breath. Blood splattered from its mouth and smeared as the monstrosity tried to come through the pane of glass. "We can fix this! We just gotta get that bitch's collar off of you," Mickey said. He reached onto the seat behind him for something, anything to protect himself. He grabbed cold metal and brought it around between him and the window. He noticed a crack in the glass as the truck shook from the attack. He looked down at his hands and saw he was holding their crowbar. He raised it up towards his brother. "See, I can pry that thing off," he said, hopefully. The sound of splintering glass rang in Mickey's ears. He flinched and closed his eyes for just a second, but that was long enough for the long, hairy arms to break through and reach for him. He held out the crowbar, but it was knocked from his hands. In desperation, he looked around for anything he could use to defend himself from his brother. "Come on, we've been through a lot. We got this," Mickey called out as he patted his pockets. He stopped on the bulge in his left front jeans pocket and dug in, pulling out his protein bar. The creature his brother had turned into climbed half in the truck, taking up the driver's side as it swung wildly at him. It opened its mouth and howled to the night. When it did, its blood-stained teeth parted, and Mickey saw down the creature's throat. He wondered if the people from the limo earlier also had seen this view before they were devoured. He hesitated, even though he knew what he had to do. He thought back to the time when he was a kid and was grounded, and his brother snuck him out to play with his Tonka trucks in the dirt driveway. He started to sniffle as the memories flooded of the times they shared growing up. He remembered the time Brandon had accidentally eaten a peanut butter cookie and had to be hospitalized. He had saved his brother's life that day. His vision was obscured with tears as he said his final words to his brother. "I'm sorry, Willy Wonka." He threw the protein bar right down his brother's throat. The beast choked once, then twice, then backed out of the truck. It clenched its throat. Mickey watched as his brother's canine tongue swelled up and lolled from one side of his head as the monster made heaving noises and the weirdest breathing sounds Mickey had ever heard. It stumbled back against a tree, its bestial claws tearing into its own throat, trying to remove the protein bar. Blood gushed over the fur as bloody puke exploded both out of his mouth and the wound in his neck in a glorious fountain. "I'll never eat fondue again," Mickey said as he watched on in horror, never taking his eyes off his brother, even as he tried the key again, and this time, that piece of shit truck roared to life. Go figure. The last thing Mickey saw as he drove off was his brother's wolf head hanging from the neck sideways as the beast collapsed to the ground, having nearly decapitating himself to relieve the allergic reaction. "Bet he didn't see that coming," Mickey said as he raced down the lane back towards the highway. He never made it, though. His brother was right. The truck didn't have snow tires, and he went into the ravine next to the country road. They found his body the next morning, when the firefighters were on their way back from fighting the house fire.
Love Conquers All by Joe Solmo. "Brian, put your dick back in your pants," Derek said as the two stood alone under the stars. The acres of alfalfa surrounded them on Derek's dad's farm. "We got some drinking to do," he finished and put his hand on Brian's shoulder. Brian, having emptied his bladder, quickly zipped up and followed Derek back to the little campfire they had in a small clearing in the fields where their friends, and more importantly, their dates, waited. Somehow he managed to get a date with Chelsea Hammer, and he was fully aware of her reputation, although it's been a few hours and she didn't seem all that promiscuous to him. Chad slammed a can of piss-warm beer into his chest as he cleared through the oats and alfalfa plants surrounding them. He smiled when Brian doubled over. "Thanks, asshole," Brian said through clenched teeth. He looked over at Chelsea to see she had noticed. She rolled her eyes at him. "Great. Just great. Becca, You need another beer? Chad asked, and before she could answer, he tossed her one. She missed it, and it landed on the fertile soil next to her. Too slow, really bad reflexes, Chad said and laughed loudly. Chad, maybe you should cool it, eh? Derek said. I'm usually the asshole here, and if I notice you are, how big of an asshole does that make you? Mind your own business, Dare. I noticed that you're the only one that didn't bring no pussy to bang, Chad said in a slur. Becca said in disgust. She stood up and crossed her arms. I want to go home. Oh, come on, babe. I didn't mean anything by it, Chad said and stumbled over to her, trying to plant a kiss on her cheek. She avoided the contact and Chad fell down on his face, crushing the smaller alfalfa plants mixed with the oats. Chelsea, are you going to suck my dick tonight or what? Brian asked her flat out. She had to know that's why he invited her out to Derek's family farm. What? Absolutely not, Chelsea said, offended, and stood up. She grabbed the towel she had been sitting on that the boys provided them and covered her shoulders from the cold fall air. Come on, Becca, I'll drive you home. This was a waste of time. Come back, Chad called out after them, but they disappeared into the field in the night. Man, what we need is girls that'll do what we want, Chad said. That's slavery, jackass, Derek said, pouring his piss-warm beer on the fire pit to put it out. Come on, night's over. Come on, man, it's early yet. Not even like midnight, Chad complained. I don't really feel like partying anymore. This night sucked, Brian chimed in. Derek picked up the plastic handle on the cooler without ice, and started to drag it down the path to the side road they'd made in his father's field so they could party out there, undisturbed. I brought the cooler. Why did I have to bring the ice too? Don't let those bitches ruin our night, man. It's their loss anyway. You know what I'm packing in here? Chad asked, grabbing his groin. Bitch probably would have choked anyway. From the stench? When's the last time you showered, man? You look like shit anyway, Derek retorted as they reached the road. All three of them watched as the girls drove off in Chelsea's dad's Dodge Ram. Chad flipped them off. I knew I should have insisted that I drove. Then she wouldn't have been able to leave, Chad said. To what end? Like, seriously, Brian said, unlocking the Corolla his parents got him for graduating last year. They told him he could use it to drive to college. They were so proud of him. All he'd done since was get drunk in fields and try to get laid. He wondered if they were still proud. He wasn't sure. Well, if they stayed with us and got to know us, Chad began. Let me cut you off there, Chad. The longer they were with us, the more they would have disliked us. There ain't nothing to like about us. Can't you see that? There ain't no girls around here that would give us the time of day, Derek said. Now go home so I can crawl into bed and rub one out before I pass out. What are we supposed to do then? Go into the city and get hookers and catch one of those veterinary diseases? Chad asked. Maybe we just conjure one up, Brian joked and shivered in the chill of the early November night air. Yeah, we can just dress a scarecrow up in women's clothes and take turns fucking her hay pussy, Chad said. Somehow it seems less demeaning than getting rejected by real girls all the time, Brian said. My dad catches us fucking one of his scarecrows and he'll beat my ass again, Derek shouted at them. Again? Chad and Brian asked at the same time. Well, not for the same thing, Derek replied. Sure, Chad said. But you might be onto something. I think they built a woman in that movie from the 80s. Why couldn't we do that? We don't have a computer, asshole, Brian chimed in as he got everything packed into the car. Can we go now? They got one down at the library. I can ask old Pete about it. He's the smartest person I know. If anyone would know how to do it, it'd be him, Chad said in a eureka moment. Brian dismissed him and climbed into the car. Let's go! The next night, 2 a.m, 0 hour. Time to finish and go to sleep, Derek thought as he held his phone in one hand and his dick in the other. He only dropped it twice on his face this time. They should make a headband that holds your phone for when you're watching porn, he thought, just as he finished into a dirty sock. He used the outside to wipe himself off a bit, and tossed it onto the floor of his dirty room in a satisfied sigh. It only felt like a few seconds before there was a weird sound from outside. Perplexed, Derek rose out of bed and threw on a pair of sweatpants the dirty sock had landed on, ignoring the cold, wet spot. He made his way to a window looking towards the seemingly endless fields his dad maintained. "What the fuck?" he whispered and opened his window. Chad and Brian were standing there. Behind them was a wheelbarrow. And was that someone in it? He couldn't quite make it out in the dark. "What are you guys doing here?" Derek asked in an angry whisper. "Waiting for you to finish," Chad replied. "Took you long enough. How's your nose?" "You were watching me? Never mind. What do you want?" Derek asked. "Meet us out in the field. We'll explain it all," Chad said with a smile, and grabbed the wooden handles on the wheelbarrow and took off into the field, leaving an obvious trail. This was why we always went in from the road. Plausible deniability, Derek thought as his gaze went from a bewildered Brian to his room as he looked around for some clothes to wear. "You gonna follow him?" "In a second. I got a shit. Mind if I come in?" Brian asked. "Don't wake my folks and hurry up." They met Chad in the clearing, waiting for them. He had a bunch of weird stuff laid out around them. "What's all this?" Derek asked. "We gonna get laid tonight," Chad said. Brian agreed. Derek realized he could see his breath in the cold air and wished he'd brought a thicker jacket. The plants were going to die tonight in the frost. He watched as Chad kept checking his phone and looking around the clearing, like he was reading a recipe and making sure he had all the parts. He placed a single rose to the left of the wheelbarrow and a Black Swan DVD to the right. "You want to explain how?" Derek asked. Chad went to see old Pete at the library and he explained it all to him, apparently. They looked up the particulars online, but the printer was broke, so Chad had to type it all into his phone. "Remember how that girl from Milford broke his camera when he tried to get a pic of her peeing over there?" Brian explained as he pointed to the part of the field they all used to piss on nights like this. "Yeah, I remember, Stacy or something like that," Derek said. "Stacia. Anyway, he got it all down and now we can do it," Brian said excitedly. "Do what exactly?" he asked. "Have a woman that'll want to have sex with us all the time," Chad chimed in. "You see, it's real simple. Old Pete said that what you need to do is summon something that likes to have sex and whammo, there you go." "You mean like a succubus?" Derek asked. "Oh no, Pete said that would be a mistake. He's done that before and it didn't end well at all. Did you know old Pete is only 32 years old? He looks 70. He said it was from a night with a succubus. He said to summon something nicer, like a love goddess," Chad said. "And how do we do that?" Derek asked, getting annoyed at Chad. "Well, we looked into it and found this old Greek book about their mythology and shit. It had these rituals where you would offer things to the gods and they would come and accept the gifts. Old Pete says all the gods are real. They pop into reality as long as one person believes in them." Chad finished as he removed the body from the wheelbarrow and placed it into the center of the figure he had drawn in the soil around them. "What is that?" Derek asked. "A vessel," Brian explained. "Like a ship?" "No, like a host. The gods can't come to our world without a body to inhabit. I took one of your dad's old scarecrows from the cornfield over there," Chad said, pointing off into the distance. "Guess we will be fucking a scarecrow after all," Brian said and laughed. "You don't believe any of this shit, do you?" Derek asked him. Brian always seemed like the most level-headed of them. "If it works, great. If not, I had no better plans tonight anyway," his friend explained with a hint of sadness. "And you're basing this all on what some old librarian told you?" Derek asked them. Oh, Pete isn't a librarian. He lives behind the library, in the alley, Chad clarified. Sometimes he'll tell you about his crazy adventures for a 40. Crazy is right, Derek said. What do I have to do? So this can fail and I can go back to bed. I knew you'd be into it, Chad said and handed him a grocery bag full of fall-colored leaves. He pointed at the scarecrow. What am I doing with this? Derek wondered out loud. Stuff its bra, man. We want to give her big old titties, don't we? Chad said. Derek looked at Brian for a hint of reason to this night, but he just nodded his agreement, then made hand gestures of how big he would suggest. Shaking his head, Derek went over to the scarecrow and began to stuff its shirt. Is this makeup? Where did you get makeup to put on my father's scarecrow? Your mom's room, Chad said and laughed. Brian laughed too. Even Derek grinned a little bit at the lame your mom joke. Okay, I think everything is where old Pete told me to set it up. All I gotta do is read the passage, and we should summon a love goddess to pleasure us, Chad explained. Remember to read it exactly as you wrote it down. Old Pete said that was the most important part. If we screw it up, we don't know what could happen, Brian said, adjusting the scarecrow a little bit to the left. I got it, Chad said. It's only a few sentences. I think I can handle it. From the depths of the other planes, from the space beyond mortal men, we call you forth with these gifts, symbols of your power and prowess. We bring you forth, mother of love, passion, and beauty. We ask that you bestow your attributes on us. With this, a slight pause, as Chad giggled. This alfalfa is scratchy, Brian said, pulling his leg away from the dying plant. In fact, all the plants around them were dying. It looks like a pale light was draining from them into the scarecrow. Come forth, alfalfa deity, Chad called out. A distant boom was heard, and Chad turned towards his friends. Shit. What did I just say? You fucked up the name, you idiot, Brian said. I meant Aphrodite. You're the one who mentioned alfalfa. So, what happens now? Brian asked. Think we're about to find out, Derek answered, as the scarecrow started to twitch on the ground. The face, a pumpkin with his mother's makeup on it, turned towards him. Its drawn-on mouth somehow became animated and opened into a womanly scream. They all backed up to the edge of the clearing as they watched the thing stand up awkwardly. The hay wound its way through the sleeves and formed arms and hands, slender, delicate hands, the hands of a woman. The round pumpkin turned its head toward Chad. A wicked smile crossed its painted-on facial features. A tongue licked around the lipstick that formed its mouth. It looked Chad up and down as it stepped towards him, seductively. Guys, I think it worked. Maybe not exactly as we planned it. He paused as he looked at the scarecrow love goddess approach him. I think we can make this work. Yeah, I got half a chub, Brian admitted and smiled nervously. You guys are fucking insane, Derek said. This thing is not what you told me it was going to be. I want no part of this. To be fair, you didn't want part of it before, Chad said as it approached him. It reached out a slender arm towards his waist, pointing its haystack-wrapped finger. Oh yeah, baby, I know what you want, Chad said, and unzipped his pants. He pulled out what he always bragged to them was a fine example of USDA grade A man meat, but was in reality a micro-penis. You would think it would take the scarecrow love goddess some talent to find it in the cold night, but it didn't. It didn't take it long at all to shoot a haystack straight up the hole in the micro-penis, and it must have pushed some air out of him elsewhere as he simultaneously farted and screamed, the latter being louder, but not by much. She's penetrating his piss hole, Brian said and tried to cross his legs while standing, which made him fall to the ground. That's some kinky shit I ain't into. Nobody's into that, Derek said and panicked. He definitely didn't want that for him. He grabbed the first thing he could find and charged toward the hay goddess of penis penetration. With a war cry that would make Vikings proud, he swung the object and struck it on the back. It had little to no effect, other than to get her attention. "It was a boring movie anyway," he said and tossed the DVD to the ground. A rope of hay slipped from her other hand and wrapped around his throat, choking him. "You brought me here into existence to play. Let's play," the creature said in a seductive tone. "I'm going to have to admit that voice is bringing back my chub," Brian said, getting to his feet. "If I see old Pete again, I'm going to punch that coot in the face," Chad said, pulling his hands away from his bloody groin. The distraction had made the goddess unpenetrate him. He panicked for a second, thinking she had ripped off what he had. But he sighed when he realized it was still there, just with a wider hole. Derek hobbled towards the goddess, who was holding Derek by the throat while digging in his jeans for something. "Fuck this, I'm out of here," Brian said and turned to leave. But with her free hand, a tentacle made of straw shot towards Brian, ripping a hole into the back of his Walmart jeans. He screamed out, wishing he had paid the extra for Levi's. They probably would have held up better. Either way, he didn't have to worry much longer as the straw tentacle made its exit through all the holes in his body at the same time, impressively impaling his eyeballs that twitched in the pale moonlight. It killed Brian. "I would have bet he would be the one of us to survive something like this," Chad said, and stabbed his pocket knife into the pumpkin-headed hell bitch. She screamed out as pumpkin seed and pulp sprayed over Chad's face. It dropped Derek to the ground, who coughed and gasped for air. "Oh shit," Chad said, backing away from it, grasping his micro-penis with two hands protectively. She circled him like a corn carnivore hunting its prey. He closed his eyes and fought back tears. All he wanted to do was get laid. He didn't want any of this shit. He felt the stalk touching his leg and working its way up him with a gentle touch. A womanly touch. "You don't want to play with me anymore?" the seductive voice asked, playfully. "No. Please, just go back. We didn't know what we were doing," Chad cried out as it circled behind him. "Have you no desire to win my heart anymore? You created me in the ritual. You gave me a name, and therefore power. I was nothing until you named me Alfalfa Deity. What did you expect? A love goddess? You created me by mistake. I am a mistake. You wanted me to do whatever your heart desired, and now you have no desire for my heart." Chad whimpered. Derek stood up, leaning on the wheelbarrow, and looked at his friend. This can't be real. He's either having the weirdest wet dream of his life, or he took a ton of great drugs without knowing it. He rubbed his neck and cleared his throat. "You don't want my heart. I refuse yours." The monster sent a straw tentacle through Chad's chest from behind, impaling his heart and shooting it out his chest towards his friend. The heart landed in Derek's hand as he was removing it from his throat. He shrieked when he realized what it was and dropped it to the ground next to a can of hairspray that must have been part of the ritual. He grabbed for the can as his friend's lifeless body hit the cold earth just feet in front of him. Derek got to his knees and reached into his pocket, pulling out his bowl and lighter. He tossed the bowl down and faced the creature as it approached him in that sexy walk with stalks for heels. "I don't want nothing from you," Derek called out. "Leave me be!" "Derek, it was part of you that summoned me here. We have the strongest bond," she said as she pointed to a familiar object on the ground. His spank sock. "God damn it, Brian. Take a shit my ass. He stole my spank sock!" He raised the can of hairspray and held it up to his lighter. With a flick and a press, a fireball shot into the face of the scarecrow fuck buddy gone wrong and sent it reeling back with a scream. He stepped forward over the spank sock and sent another fireball into the scarecrow, this time aiming it at its flammable shirt and straw instead of its pumpkin face.
Stop,
the voluptuous voice called out to him.
You don't understand. I had to get rid of them so that we could be alone. It was your magic that summoned me,
she said, looking at the sock and trying to brush out the straw that was on fire. Magic? Derek asked, watching her every move.
Years of your reproductive magic. The potency. It's very strong magic,
she said, taking a step towards him. He noticed her leaves had burned away. No more breasts for her. No, this can't be. I don't want this. Chad did, Derek said.
Do not reject me again,
she said, and wrapped his leg with straw, pulling him to the ground. She mounted him.
I will not be as gentle next time.
Derek managed to get the can and lighter between the two of them and let loose with another blast, this one point blank. He felt the heat probably just as much as she did and screamed to match hers. He continued as long as he could until she got up from him. He rubbed his chest where he had been burned himself and found his shirt burned into his flesh. The creature wasn't doing much better as it ran around, now engulfed in flames. He ran towards it and planted the can of hairspray in its flat chest, burning his hand in the process, and backed away, wrapping his burned-up hand in his spank sock.
Don't leave me. I was created so we would be together,
she called to him, wrapping him in her smoldering straw tentacles. He turned to face her, a tear running down his cheek. He was going to die. There was no escape. Just then, the can of hairspray exploded, sending the torso flying in all directions. The pumpkin head fell to the ground, cracking open and spilling the insides onto the ground. The tentacles fell away from Derek, and he dropped to his knees, looking at the carnage. He heard something coming through the field towards him. Oh God, could this be another one? How many more are there, he thought. A second later, his father entered the clearing with a shotgun in his hand. God damn it, Derek! I thought there was some hooligans out here fucking around. It's just you banging another scarecrow. I am gonna whoop your ass. Did you use your mother's makeup on that thing? Derek closed his eyes, wishing the thing had finished him off, like it did his friends.
Last Stand by Rob Fields. I was looking at Empress Trinidar through my interdimensional wrist comp. Hellweaver has the reality sphere in her possession. It would only have taken her moments to breach our security protocols. Even your mentor was unable to halt her in her insane quest. My eyes went wide. You've got to be kidding me, Mom. Hellweaver actually defeated Master Shun Dao? The greatest of the entire K-Mai clan? Mom looked dismal. I was just as taken aback as you are, daughter. I narrowed my eyes. That means Hellweaver even got by Whisper. My sister? Trinidar gave me a look of sadness. Unfortunately, your sister, too, fell before Hellweaver. She was actually the last to fall before I. But she lives. I bit my lower lip. Then the 5 of us are all that's left. The Empress looked grim now. Now you understand why Queen Chaya Lan and I have agreed that it was time for the battleground to come together once more. You 5 are all that remains in the known universe who are capable of stopping Hellweaver from accomplishing her insane quest. The battle guard must not fall to her. Suddenly, Princess Gienge Ari came into my space. My brothers and sisters and I shall pass on valiantly if we should fail to counter Hellweaver. By our lives, we shall never allow her to accomplish her insanity on this vast multiverse. And you can believe that, Mom, I quickly agreed. Trinidar continued to show distress. You 5 are our last hope now, daughter. I know your mentor, Master Shon Diao, has heavily instilled the importance of life within you, one of your finest qualities. If we must destroy Hellweaver to save the multiverse, then so be it, I replied with finality. Hellweaver shall be upon you very soon, Trinidar warned. I know where you're going with this, Mom, but if we have anything to say about it, we will see each other again. I felt an icy cold tear run down my cheek. You are biologically my aunt, but you're the only real mother I've ever known and loved. My heart is yours. Trinidar gave me a soft, compassionate look. While you and Whisper were never born to me, you are both my young. My heart is yours. She looked hurt now. Gengiari, I know you will stand by my daughter, as you both feel the bonds of sisterhood. You must stand by one another now more than ever. The princess's expression had never faltered. Despair not, Empress. Thine daughter is sisterhood unto myself. You comprehend that my life is to her and hers is to mine. All of the battle guard are of mine. Of this I am solemn with thee. Then end communication now, and be of readiness, Trinidar commanded. Our communication ended. Gengiari put a gentle hand on my shoulder. When it came to a warrior woman like her, you wouldn't think that emotion was something she would show. This light blue-skinned, dark-haired warrior princess showed me many qualities that were prevalent in my former teammate and recently lost beloved, Halki. Though you couldn't really see her emotions in her blank, white eyes, her face said enough. We shall achieve victory, sister. Though I was still hurting emotionally, I knew that Halki would have wanted me to go on. I was a fighter, just like Gengiari. I glanced her way. Believe it. We turned to face the rest of the battle guard. Carly Richmond, one of 2 third-worlders, glared at us. With Carly, she always looked pissed. Also, she always wore her cheerleading outfit from her high school. As far as she was concerned, she had been a cheerleader since she was a little girl, and that would be how she would go. The fiery red hair and blue eyes always showed off her negative feelings. We're fucked, aren't we? Carly was one girl that Princess Gengiari did not have patience for. When are we of Battleguard never not fucked, third-worlder? Bite me, she fired back. While she may not have liked Carly as a person, she did admire the raging inferno that burned hot within her. She was never afraid to speak her mind. Easy, you two, I interjected. Save your anger and rage for Hellweaver, not each other. Gengiari's expression softened. You speak true, sister. Carly glanced over her shoulder to Max Considine, the other third-worlder. For years, these two had known each other. While Carly grew up to be one of the popular cheerleaders at her high school, Max would belong to outcasts who came to be known as geeks, and one who would never back down from a bully, no matter how threatening he or she might have been. Max showed determination that he wouldn't back down from Hellweaver once she would arrive. Max had such a strong will that he was able to harness the very magics that he played in his card games with his friends. But Carly would prove to be the most powerful magic to him. Carly seemed to be distressed as Max approached her. I've always been able to feel you, she snapped. You've told me and told me, but I'll never fucking understand why you would love a bitch like me. You know you could do so much better than me. He wrapped gentle arms around her from behind. She breathed heavily, like she would turn around and strike him down. But she took hold of his arms and held him to her. You are the only one I will ever love, Carly. You know that. I will love you until our last days, no matter what. Carly began to cry softly. Max was the only one who could make her do that very thing. Max, you're such a fucking idiot to put up with me. She paused. What the fuck will you do with 2 of us? 2 of... I don't... Max's jaw dropped. Oh my, are you... Carly smiled a little and nodded quickly. She took his hand and put it on her bare stomach. I'm carrying our daughter, Max, she choked. Almost 2 months. Max hugged her tight. She returned his affections. We have to beat Hellweaver, Carly. We have to. I noticed that Derek Salinger had been staring off into space for quite a while. How long? I asked him. We don't have much, Salinger replied. A matter of short minutes. Really doesn't give us much time to plan, Max said. No, Salinger agreed. We may have to battle Hellweaver with everything we have. We shall never relent until our battle guard has fallen, or Hellweaver, Princess Jian Giari declared to Salinger. I was probably the only one among us that knew of Princess Jian Giari's feelings toward Salinger. She may not have noticed that I had seen how she gazed at him. I felt she would have pursued him had she not known about he and my sister Whisper. Salinger was the strongest of us by far, in terms of strength. In a way, Salinger and Carly were 2 of a kind. They both possessed some form of rage. Carly's rage came as a blessing, from a goddess, while Salinger's was the result of bonding with an entity known as the Njek Enyo. This entity fed on the evil energies of those he did battle with. In turn, he gained great powers from the Njek Enyo. When it came to Salinger, I could easily see why Princess Jian Giari would have gladly given herself to him, if he would have only but asked her. She understood that he and my sister Whisper were with each other and never made a move to try and come between them. Jian Giari was the proud daughter of Queen Chai-Alan of Garanthan. Her mother had always wanted her to be a proper princess. She was of great royalty, and would inherit her mother's crown one day. But Jian Giari had other ideas. She was not opposed to succeeding her mother, but her father was a mighty warrior who had inspired her to strive for more if she truly wanted it. She trained under many of his best warriors and other masters. She was determined to be the best of all of her father's armies. When Jian Giari's father was on his deathbed, Queen Qialan held a contest to determine who would take his place as the commander of her elite guard. Do you know the origin story of Wonder Woman? Then you know how this story plays out. The only difference was that Jian Giari didn't wear a mask to hide her identity, while Queen Qialan hadn't approved of her only daughter being in the competition. She could not stop her. It was her mother's own word that all had the right to compete for the coveted commander of the elite guard rank. Empress Trinidar learned of these warriors and gathered them, placing me among them. Our task was to help preserve peace in our universe, and together the 5 of us were as one. We became the Battle Guard. The 5 of us stood together as Salinger pointed in the direction of Hellweaver. We could easily see her riding on the back of one of her winged demons in the cloudless, blood-red sky. We could even see the glow of the reality sphere in her hands. The reality sphere was an ancient artifact as old as time that would allow the bearer to shape the very fabric of reality to anything they could conceive. Hellweaver had uncovered this once-lost sphere and made a plan to transform the entire multiverse into a nightmarish realm such as her own, only on a scale many times larger. Hellweaver's winged demon had finally landed. Now it would become our sole purpose to keep her from reaching the Infinity Core, the very epicenter of the multiverse, and dropping the reality sphere into it, which would create the new reality she had forged inside of the sphere. We had to stop her, or die in our efforts. We waited and watched as Hellweaver took her time on dismounting her demon. She held the reality sphere in her arm as she saw the 5 of us who would be the last line of defense between her and the Infinity Core. I was the only one among us who had faced Hellweaver. Each time, she had bested me. While Salinger was the strongest of us physically, I was easily the most powerful. Even my own superpowers were limited against the demonic goddess herself. "Is this truly all that remains to face me?" Hellweaver asked, to no one in particular. Looking upon her, her appearance was much like that of a succubus. In fact, all succubi are her daughters. Hellweaver was certainly not a sexual creature, though she was every bit as beautiful as one. Her eyes were like 2 fiery jewels. Her horns were like blades that were attached to the sides of her head. In fact, the armor she wore around her torso and her lower region, as well as her shoulders, made her look as though she was a hybrid of demon and machine. Her hands were more claw-like than humanoid. Her claws themselves appeared to glow hot. She also had a long tail, with a very sharp point on the end. Even her metallic wings were perfect enough to allow her to fly gracefully and slice anyone unfortunate enough to get too close to her. I was unfortunate enough to be scratched by Hellweaver when I battled against her. Even though I'm bitterly cold inside, I could still feel the burning of her claws. My skin quickly healed up, but I've never forgotten that heat. Just seeing those eyes made me glad I was fast enough to be able to avoid her eye beams. Also, the fireballs and flames she could shoot from her hands and mouth. Even the end of her tail burned to the touch. I stepped in front of others and said to her, "Leave the sphere, get back on your demon and leave, you live. You stay and fight, you're as good as dead." Hellweaver's smile told us we were no match for her as she walked casually towards us. We readied our powers and weapons. "I have bested many times better than the 5 of you," Hellweaver said. "Even your beloved fell to me. Blue Girl." I choked up, but I forced my emotions back. Now was not the time for this. Hellweaver smiled again, telling me she knew that she had gotten to me. Halki put up a good fight against Hellweaver, but she... "Are you prepared to be swift for battle once more, sister?" Princess Jian-Giari asked. "Will your skills again prove grand for victory?" She was referring to my training in the Kuei Mai arts. In the beginning, Master Shaon Dihao treated me as his student. While he had never beaten me or admonished me for making mistakes, he was gentle, yet his lessons were hard. As time went on, I came to hold great respect and admiration for him. Likewise, he came to see me as his daughter and called me so. He had trained many at Kuei Mai, but I was his first that was both alien and female. I had to fight and defeat him in one final confrontation in order to be given a ranking in the clan. When Empress Trinidar had given me to him, she asked him to create a Grand Master like himself. The only way I could attain this level would be to actually defeat my master in final combat. I defeated him in a hard-fought battle to become the first and only female Grand Master in the Kuei Mai clan. Master Shan Dao gave me the Grand Master's mark, which I first wore on my arm before I attached it to the front of my choker. I faced my battle guard sister. If I'm to die today, Jian-Giari, it'll be as both Kuei Mai and as a battle guard. "We are not fucking dying," Carly hissed with tightened fists. "You speak true, sister," Jian-Giari agreed with grim determination. "I'm not planning on it," I further agreed, and then my blue hair shimmered and glistened as a third-world fiber-optic Noel tree would. Our final battle was about to begin. "Stand fast!" Salinger yelled. Hellweaver flew right at us. "Face me!" Suddenly, Salinger stepped up and threw 2 powerful fists at Hellweaver. The enemy was soon on her knees, but she would not fall. She lifted herself up only to feel Salinger's rage-fueled fists once more. I had never been on the receiving end of his fists thanks to my great speed, and I knew I never wished to be. Princess Jiangari stepped up and slammed one end of her laser bow into Hellweaver's face, into her stomach, her face again. Then she spun around and caught her in the throat. Salinger continued to punish Hellweaver so that she ended up on her knees again, but she still would not fall. Hellweaver was quickly on her feet again. She looked at us as if asking if that was all we had. I utilized my super speed and stepped in to deliver some hard fists and kicks. Utilizing my fighting skills, I sent Hellweaver flying backward, but again she remained on her feet. Max stepped forward. In his left hand he held some cards with different magic spells. With his right he unleashed his power. I quickly backed up and then ascended to the air to keep myself at a safe distance. 4 different colored energies crackled around Hellweaver. The enemy was again to her knees as Max's magics intensified. While Max's magic was very powerful, I wasn't sure how effective it would be against Hellweaver. The magics crackled and bathed Hellweaver in their powerful energies. Max's eyes glowed brightly as he fueled the magics with his powerful will. It didn't take long for Hellweaver to slowly move and return to her feet. Clearly, Max's projections were having little effect on her. I quickly assisted Max by firing ice powers from both my hands and eyes. Hellweaver slowly moved against our powers. Then I saw Max's beautiful, deadly better half step up. She had never been more enraged in her entire life. Her rage took form as dark energies crackled around her. Her eyes turned to a deadly deep shade of red, similar to Hellweaver's. Suddenly, her arms shot out and her hands released intense bolts of pure rage. Hellweaver found herself on her knees again. Princess Giari and Salinger could only stand by since they had no projection powers. Max suddenly stopped throwing magic. He was exhausted and would need minutes for his energies to peak before unleashing his magics again. I was focusing myself for another go at Hellweaver once the others were out of the way. "Leave her to me!" Carly yelled. "She's mine!" I hovered and watched. I also ceased my powers. Carly laughed crazily as her rage increased. We could see smoke rising from Hellweaver, to the point that she actually caught on fire. "Die!" came Carly's blood-curdling, insane scream. I never knew that a third-worlder, let alone one with the rage of a goddess, could find so much hatred inside of her. Was this rage all pent up over time, or was she just a being of pure rage? "Just fucking die!" Carly screamed at the top of her lungs. In spite of how much Hellweaver burned, she absolutely would not stay down. She only sank to her knees and kept getting back to her feet. This only made Carly madder and madder. We could actually hear the humming coming from the energies that crackled from her. Her energies were now completely white, as in white hot. Carly was so pissed off now that I wasn't sure if any of us could calm her down. But Hellweaver refused to stay down. She refused to die. Hellweaver walked against Carly's power. She would not be knocked to her knees again. Salinger must have known too, because he walked up behind Carly and wrapped his arms around her midsection. Carly now screamed to the point where dark clouds suddenly formed over us. Then white lightning shot down at Hellweaver, and then I understood. Salinger was channeling the energies from the Nechk Enyo entity directly into Carly. Carly laughed maniacally as her rage grew even hotter still, but Hellweaver still would not go down. She continued to push against their combined energies. I knew she would eventually reach Carly and kill her, as well as her unborn child, if something wasn't done. I had to act immediately and hope that my icy powers would be enough to protect me against Carly's. I dropped to the ground and ran toward Hellweaver. From there, I began releasing a barrage of super speed punches. "Never!" I shouted. "You will never reach the Infinity Core." And then Hellweaver fought back. She raised her hand and began blocking Carly's rage. She put the reality sphere down so she could grab hold of me. Just like that. With one quick movement, she flung me away. Just as the fire on her body went out, she pushed forward until the lightning began to be redirected. Back at Carly. Salinger quickly let her go and tossed her out of the way. I ran and caught Carly before she hit the ground. Salinger stood there and took the return lightning. All it did was crackle around him for a few moments. Then he fell to his knees. Hellweaver reached him and swiped her claws quickly to send his head flying from his shoulders. "No!" I screamed. But there was nothing I could have done. As fast as I couldn't save both Carly and Salinger. Salinger couldn't take the feedback from Carly's rage energy, and it weakened him enough for Hellweaver to end him. The remaining 4 of us attacked her with everything we had. Again, the demonic goddess refused to fall. Max took a great risk by placing his hands on Hellweaver to work a binding spell. She immediately snatched him to her and kissed him full on the mouth. Suddenly, Max exploded. The force sent Carly, Gian-Guiari, and I flying back. "Max! Oh goodness, no!" Carly shrieked. Gian-Guiari and I also gasped as we saw Hellweaver holding the charred skeleton of Max before throwing it aside. Hellweaver moved and quickly leaped at Gian-Guiari to land directly in front of her. Before she could raise her laser bow to counter, Hellweaver snatched her by her hair, turned her around, and sank her claws into her lower back. Gian-Guiari screamed only briefly as Hellweaver grabbed her very spinal cord and raised her over her head, blood starting to pour down onto her. With her free hand, Hellweaver sank her claws into the back of Gian-Guiari's neck, and then, with a minute display of her strength, Gian-Guiari in half at the waist. Her blood soaked Hellweaver instantly before she tossed the 2 halves of the body aside. Hellweaver smiled at Carly and I now, both Gian-Guiari and Max's blood soaking her. "And you 2 still dare to stand against me? Fools! Then I shall finish this." Carly and I unleashed our powers on Hellweaver again. When she took to the air, I also ascended. Then Hellweaver dove and flew right at Carly. I quickly dropped to the ground since I couldn't fly at super speed. I ran to Carly and took the wing attack that was meant for her. I shrieked as I felt Hellweaver's wing slice, burning me at my side. My icy blue blood began to seep out slowly. My blood was fast in itself and began to heal immediately. I would be fully restored in a matter of seconds. Unfortunately, I could not recover in time to prevent Hellweaver from finally grabbing Carly. "I shall show you what true power is, youngling." Hellweaver fired her eye beams directly into Carly's eyes to burn them out. Then she placed a finger into each eye hole and discharged such enormous power into Carly's body that she screamed in intense pain, until her body finally exploded in the same way that Max's had moments before. Both Carly and her unborn child died as the result of Hellweaver's merciless attack. Hellweaver had decimated nearly all of us, single-handedly. She turned to me now. "This is your last stand, blue girl. Surrender yourself to me, and I shall spare your life and allow you to rule at my side." Hellweaver had offered me a place by her side, time and time again, during many of our battles. "Never!" I screamed. I focused all the power at my command and unloaded it against Hellweaver. I watched as her body began to freeze up fast, but it just wasn't enough. Hellweaver still refused to fall. Powerful as I just wasn't powerful enough. And then I saw the reality sphere she held. At that moment, I now knew how to stop Hellweaver. I turned my power away from her and shifted my eye beams to the artifact. "What do you possibly hope to accomplish?" Hellweaver demanded. I focused with all my inner strength to channel my icy beams into a single laser, giving it enough intensity in that concentrated, narrow beam to actually crack the reality sphere and make it dangerously unstable. And then I fell. Hellweaver was angered now. "You have breached the reality sphere. This is not possible." But she still refused to give up. Having come this far and so close, she still held the damaged reality sphere. Seeing that I was the only thing standing between her and the Infinity Core, she growled in grim determination and began a running charge directly towards me. Some of my strength returned instantly, and I stood again. All that was between our reality and whatever hellish reality she planned was me. I could never allow that to happen. My life for the multiverse. I channeled my inner peace one last time, the way Master Xian Diao had taught me. It was down to this final attack. As Hellweaver reached me, I fired one last concentrated icy laser beam from my eyes and directly into the reality sphere. My beam reached the very core, causing a massive explosion. Both of us were in the heart of it. Hellweaver screamed as her armor and flesh flew away from her body. That was all I saw as I was being lifted off my feet and hurling helplessly into the Infinity Core. I splashed into its cosmic waters and felt myself being bathed in the energies created from whatever was in the reality sphere and the waters of the Infinity Well combined. If this was finally my end, then I would die knowing Hellweaver had failed in creating her new multiverse and enslaving its people. The Battle Guard had defeated Hellweaver. I closed my eyes and embraced my death, knowing we had given our very lives to save the multiverse. I opened my eyes and discovered that the scenery had completely changed. I was no longer at the Infinity Core or submerged within its dark waters. I was now lying on my side. I stood to my feet and looked around my new environment. Was I still within the Infinity Core? I decided to consult my wrist comp and see where I was exactly, and I found that it had performed a self-diagnostic. There was a major issue that needed my immediate attention. I looked at the readout and saw that the peritoneum circuit had become damaged beyond repair. I felt my icy heart growing heavy now. The peritoneum circuit was what allowed me to easily travel throughout the multiverse and its infinite dimensions. It was the link to the master computer back at Battlestar Hall in Universe Zero. After reading the rest of the diagnostic information, the rest of the wrist comp's vast functions were still available to me. However, without the peritoneum chip, I was both lost and marooned on this new world, and whatever reality this was. I could fly upward and into space, and could even survive in its vast vacuum, but I'd quickly become even more lost if I couldn't find any other worlds. I sighed in despair and knew that I would have to become familiar with this world that I must now call home, at least for the time being. From there I started walking. My costume was damaged in the battle against Hellweaver. This was something the wrist comp could easily remedy. After initiating a few commands, it reconfigured my costume. Instead of repairing and restoring it to its original form, it was changed. Instead of a full-body suit, I was now wearing an athletic top and a matching bottom, complete with a pair of running shoes. My frigid white skin was mostly exposed now, probably to configure with the heat and humidity I now sensed. With my new costume complete, I soon reached a dirt road. I turned and started running at super speed. Shortly, I came to an intersection. When I saw the life forms approaching, I stopped to examine them. It was a male-female couple, possibly third-worlders, sitting atop what appeared to be a chariot. In front of the chariot were two beasts with long faces, lengthy bodies, a tail, and 4 legs. I was just as surprised to see the couple as they were to see me. When the male spoke, I found that I couldn't understand him. Unfortunately, with the peritoneum circuit damaged, I couldn't use the wrist comp to translate anything into English, or any of the other languages I was fluent in. I tried speaking to them, but they couldn't understand me. No matter. I only needed to listen to them speak, or gaze upon their language for a short period of time before I would become fluent. When the couple saw that I wasn't malevolent, they allowed me to board their chariot and ride with them. The beasts pulled us until we came to the boundary of their village. By then I was able to speak what I came to know as English, which I learned was an alternate form of English from Third World of Universe Zero. I also learned the couple were not husband and wife, but brother and sister. Their names were Lucius and Norma Redmont. The year was 1822, and the name of the village we were crossing into was called Strickfield, in the region of Ohio, in the continent of North America. My new world of Earth would take some getting used to. I was already enjoying the vibrant colors, including the blue sky and the yellow sun. However, like the many other worlds I've encountered, it seemed this Strickfield village had its share of foul things that would prey upon humans living here. Even though I was lost somewhere in the multiverse now, I was still a superhero. My mission would never change. However, I would have to be able to blend in among the humans, for I was the only one among them with icy white flesh and long, shimmering blue hair. For now, the Redmonts have welcomed me into their household. From there, I would learn trades to make myself useful around their farm and village. So it seems, the village of Strickfield is my new home, at least for the present and unforeseeable future. What Ricky Did on His Summer Vacation by Dan Wilder. June 19th, 1984. You know what we should do, Skullhammer? Come on, Ricky. Can't you just call me Jimmy or Jay or anything other than that? What the fuck ever, James. You chose the name. Yeah, and now I unchose it. Well, you better come up with something. We need to reject those Christian names. I think my parents are agnostic. Shut up, James. So, as I was saying, know what we should do? No, I guess I don't. We should offer a sacrifice. Sacrifice? Yeah, to Satan. We need to step things up. I don't know, man. It was cool to get stoned and talk about demons and shit, but killing someone? Not someone. That fucker Gary. Gary? Yes, Gary. That asslips stole shit from me and passed that prime product out at Carrie's house party, free of charge, like he was a goddamn hero. I mean, free drugs are admittedly a real crowd pleaser, but a lousy way to run a business, and business is necessary because money is the root of all evil, I know. Bingo, pal. Now let's call Al and get this show on the road. Well, that certainly was a letdown, Ricky said, spitting an errant piece of flesh from his blood-stained mouth. A letdown? You bit pieces of him off, Rick! You'd think that would be enough to get his attention, Jimmy. I don't think those were microdots, Albert gurgled, before violently vomiting for the third time in as many minutes. Yeah, I'm getting that vibe too. Not mescaline. Maybe LSD? Ricky pondered, wiping one bodily fluid or another from his satanic robes. In truth, a cute costume his Nana had sewed for him, so he could play his little role games with his friends. Al barfed in response. Crows called out in the distance. Hear that, boys? Maybe we got his attention after all. Jimmy and Al looked skyward nervously. The crows cawed once again. Then Gary coughed. Seriously, Ricky? Ricky held Gary's eyes in his hands, though the knife he recently dropped made them look like a pair of sliced, bloody, hard-boiled eggs. I panicked. I stabbed him like 18 times. Shouldn't that have been enough to keep him down? You would think, Jimmy added feebly. Al had stopped blowing chunks and now just laid in the fetal position, muttering, Do you love Satan? I love my mother. I loved his mother. Over and over again, a constant parroting of Gary's final words. The prior vomiting was preferable. Okay, he's definitely dead this time. Come on, Satan. Where are thee? The crow calls rang out again. I know you are here, my lord. And I hear the song of your unholy murder. Ricky unironically yelled to the heavens. They roughly hid Gary's body under some leaves and various forest debris type shit and hoofed it home. That night, Ricky slept in slumber, screamed, because the devil walked into his dream. For all his posturing, Ricky wasn't prepared for what stood before him. Not that he could focus on the being, as it was obscured by an ever-shifting, blurry haze. But the thing that stood in there was vastly different than a man with a goatee in a red suit with horns and a pitchfork. The horns were definitely there, though, long and black with tips that ended in deep crimson. Satan spoke. The woodland sacrifice. I am pleased. The voice was unearthly and echoed back on itself. Thanks, sire. I will allow you to speak when I am finished. Sorry. Again, your insolence is wearing on my patience. Ricky gulped and almost apologized again, but a fleeting glimpse of Lucifer's face in the miasma made him mercifully shut his mouth for once. Others need to be in the presence of the sacrifice. Ricky was about to mention the danger of that course of action, but a long-fingered hand, tipped with obsidian nails, reached from the smear and clamped tight over Ricky's mouth. The smell of fresh apples and rotting flesh filled his nose. Others, Lucifer intoned once more. Then the power shall be yours, along with a tidy profit. Ricky snapped awake and immediately reached for a joint. And with Satan's decree in his mind, he thought of those he would find, and with a puff of his spliff, he saw dollar signs instead of a stiff. June 20th, 1984. Ricky stumbled down the hall to the kitchen, where his mother greeted him with a glass of orange juice and her normal, busybody nonsense. Ricky sat down, took a pull of juice, and began flicking a red 20-sided die around the table. Good morning, honey. Remember, I have that meeting at church tonight. The Reverend is going to talk about that horrible Dungeons and Dragons game and its satanic influence on the youth. I'm so glad you aren't into such business. Uh-huh, Ricky said, emotionless, as he put the die back into the pocket of his jean jacket. I really think you should come. Your friends look up to you, so you could be a shining example for them. I can't tonight. Speaking of friends, one of mine is sick, practically dead on his feet. So Jimmy and Al and I are going to go keep him company. Ricky's mother's eyes filled with tears. You are a saint, Ricky. You know that? So proud of the man you're becoming. Ricky met his friends at the convenience store down the block. The terrible trio managed to lift both a 6-pack of beer and a Hustler mag before they set off down the streets of Northport, as Ricky began to detail his plans, and he led off with a real corker. I talked to Satan last night. The fuck are you talking about? Wait, Jimmy, let's hear this out. Ricky's always been a straight shooter. I had a dream, and in the dream, Satan said he was pleased with what we did to Gary, but he said we should show other people. Are you fucking kidding me? Like who? Oh, I know. The cops. I'm sure they'll love what we, mostly you, did. Finished? Jimmy nodded grimly. Good. Now I trust Satan to the nth degree. Why would he fuck with us, his most loyal followers? Ricky punctuated that sass with a 1,000-yard stare at Jimmy. And what are we supposed to do? Just take them out there and let them look at it? That I do not know. But maybe you two can prop him up or something. A little showmanship can go a long way. Hell, maybe we can have it both ways. The idiots I bring may believe old Gary is still alive while I barter with the beast. How will you get the people to come, Ricky? Easy, Al, old chum. Free drugs. Seems fitting, given Gary's antics, Jimmy said appreciatively. Poetic, even. And once I have them there, they can feast their eyes on Gary's corpse. And you can just say you smoked him up on some strong shit to show the hatchet is buried. Exacta mundo, my dear Al. Exacta fucking mundo. While Jimmy and Al headed to the woods, Brews and Porno Mag well in hand, Ricky headed to the arcade. He plunked a few quarters into Crystal Castles, which was the coolest game one could imagine that starred a glorified teddy bear. And then he played a few rounds of Bally Midway's Satan's Hollow, a tried and true favorite that seemed incredibly relevant given the current state of events. After that, he strolled over to the pizza place next door and ordered a fried dough. It was there that he saw Tanya waiting for a slice of sausage and mushroom to come out of the oven. Hey, Tanya. Oh, hey, Ricky. What's up? How's summer been going? You know, rad, I guess. Yeah, Tanya countered. After you grab that slice, wanna head out to the woods and get baked? I don't have any cash besides what I paid for the slice. It's on me, Ricky said with a shit-eating grin a mile wide. Yeah, okay, for sure. As Ricky led Tanya into the clearing, it was obvious they had indulged in some illicit substance or another. But through the fogginess of his brain, Ricky had to admit the guys had really pulled it off. Gary sat in a lawn chair, wearing sunglasses, and while pale as all fuck, he didn't look as dead as he was. The lingering scent of at least 3 cans of insect repellent wafted from Gary, which both made him smell less like a dead man in summer, and did a hero's job of keeping away pests that, most surely, would have been lining up for a free all-you-can-eat rot buffet. Is that Gary? Oh, why, yes it is. I need to talk to him. He owes me $5. Okay, but don't expect much in the way of a response. I smoked his ass up sky high earlier. Don't you two hate each other? I'm sorry, is this Tanya or Sherlock fucking Holmes? We kissed and made up. Go talk to him if you have to. Okay, grumpy-ass smurf. God damn. Tanya sauntered over to Gary, but most of what she said to him was lost to the ambient racket of Mother Nature. The words $5 were heard loudly, multiple times. Ricky wondered where Jimmy and Al had gone off to, but he remembered the 6-pack and porno mag, and smiled as he thought. They really earned it. He was about to tumble into a chemically assisted daydream when he happened to turn his gaze back to Tanya. Tanya appeared to be preparing to give Gary some sort of epic blowjob. She was on her knees and doing extreme jaw exercises with such athletic passion that an Olympian would surely be impressed. This sobered Ricky up right quick, to say the least. Whoa, Tanya, what the fuck, dude? What? What do you mean, what? He looks good. We used to go out, and besides, he wanted it. Okay, not today, though. He wouldn't enjoy it anyway. He's too stoned. Tanya stood and looked at Gary. Yeah, I guess you're right. I could have sworn I heard him whisper. What the hell are you talking about? Whispering, you know, quiet talking. I know what whispering is, Tanya. Ricky was growing ever more heated, but then he remembered the importance of keeping up the ruse and keeping his ass out of prison. I mean, he could have said anything in this state. What do you think you heard him say? He asked me how I felt about giving head. Ricky swallowed hard. What did you say? I said, ask me when it's over, and that's when you found me. Like I said, we went out before. I have to admit that is a bold thing to say out of the blue and all. Tanya could feel herself getting lightheaded again from whatever shit Ricky gave her. She sat down on the grass, and Ricky joined her, and with that she plopped over, with her head in Ricky's lap, and closed her eyes. Before she slipped into slumber, she managed to say, in hindsight, I don't think he said giving head after all. I think it was more like being dead. With that, she began to snore softly, which in turn inspired Ricky's own descent into slumber. Ricky awoke to notice 2 things. 1, the sun was going down, and 2, Tanya was missing. Well, 3 things actually, as Gary's corpse now bore a rictus grin. Ricky managed to rise to his feet and make his way home with a tipsy swagger. He awoke the next morning and headed to Jimmy's house. Jimmy was there, along with Al. Both were wearing dark sunglasses, regardless of the fact the day was overcast. I brought Tanya out to see Gary. You guys did an awesome job. He looked almost alive. Jimmy and Al exchanged glances. We didn't get him ready. What the hell are you talking about, Jimmy? We went out there and we just couldn't. Yeah, he just looked so alive, Al offered. So we pissed off, drank the beer. I think Al fell asleep whacking it to that mag we boosted. Yeah, wait, maybe not that last part, Al retorted. No, that's definitely what happened. Well, somebody was out there, sat him in a lawn chair, stuck shades on him. Maybe whoever did that should be in the Knights of the Black Circle instead of you two fuck-ups. Technically, we didn't fuck anything up, Ricky. Yeah, we didn't do it at all. No way to fuck it up, Al offered, to no one's benefit. Ricky looked as if he were about to punch them both simultaneously, but only managed a string of profanities, followed by some indecipherable, though no doubt violent mumbling about what to do with his friend. Wait, did you say you took Tanya out there? Yeah, but she was gone when I woke up. Oh, you fell asleep too, eh? Our glorious Acid King. Jim, I'm going to fucking kill your ass next if you don't shut up like yesterday. Jimmy clammed up, and the trio made their way to the woods to check on Gary, and hopefully run into whoever sat him in that damn chair. Gary was still in the chair when they arrived, but his sunglasses were on his lap. His eyes were milky and stared into the distance, unblinking as flies landed and walked across their surface. That's freaking me out. Al, put those glasses back on him. Al gulped hard and walked gingerly over to Gary. He reached into the corpse's lap and put the glasses back in their place. The flies took off for parts unknown. Al gagged and rejoined his friends. Ricky switched on the omnipresent boombox and hit play. But instead of Ozzy barking at the moon, a voice hissed forth as if it came from the depths of hell itself, which it did. Ricky, you've done well. But more souls must bear witness to your glorious deed. More, Ricky. Bring more. Are you guys hearing this? Yeah, bark at the moon. It's awesome, Al exclaimed. Ricky decided to clam up. Satan obviously chose him and him alone to receive direct contact. I've changed my mind. Why don't you two take the day off? We don't work for you, Rick. Ricky's face did that weird left eye twitchy thing that both Jimmy and Al knew damn well meant get the fuck out of here. Al and Jimmy shuffled off for parts unknown, Jimmy bitching under his breath nonstop. All right, Gary. It's you and me, and Satan makes 3. Ricky swallowed a handful of pills and headed to the neighborhood of tract homes that sat adjacent to the woods. As the drugs kicked in, any thoughts of Gary's displacement dissipated into the ether of Ricky's chemically induced brain fog. And so it went, for days and days. Ricky would lure some poor, unsuspecting dumbass or another into those woods. The rube would speak to the stiff, the Acid King would get drowsy, and when Ricky went wakey, eggs and Baphomet bakey, whomever had paid a visit would be gone. And every damn time, that corpse would be striking a different pose. July 1st, 1984. Ricky sat in the small diner in town with Jimmy. Both shot threatening glares at the ancient pearl clutchers that continued to shoot them looks and whisper among themselves. People are starting to talk, Rick. Those old biddies? Fuck 'em. No, I mean about Tanya and some of the other kids you brought out there. What about 'em? You don't watch the news, man? No way. The media is a Christian propaganda machine. Ricky took a bite of his omelet and chased it with a gulp of steaming hot coffee. Yeah, whatever. Parents do tend to notice when their kids don't come home after a few days. What the fuck are you talking about? Not coming home. Yeah, dude, they're missing, and folks are starting to say you were the last person they were seen with. Who cares? Well, me for one. I really had no plans of spending my summer and every fucking summer after it with my ass in a cell. Jimmy, Jim, James, listen, do you think Satan would let us go to jail for doing him a favor? About that, Rick, you are high all of the damn time. Do you think we may have just went too far because of the drugs and not due to paranormal manipulations of a biblical boogeyman? Jimmy's sense-talking left Ricky dizzy. I can't believe you even said that shit. The waitress sauntered over to the table. You two going to nurse that meal all day? Jesus, lady, back off! With that, the waitress sped to the kitchen and returned with Ivor, the diner's owner and resident cook. Ivor held a cleaver in one hand and a smoldering cigarette in the other. Of course, you idiots again. The kings of Satan's ass. It's Knights of the Black Circle, Ricky spat, genuinely offended. Ivor could care less about Ricky's feelings and made it known. Whatever. Get your pimple-covered ass out of here, or there will be 2 more missing kids around here. Ricky was crazy, but he wasn't crazy enough to challenge an Eastern European mountain of a man with a razor-sharp blade in his hands and a rather sketchy past. Ricky got up, Jimmy followed, and the two headed for the door. As the duo passed a large mirror located by the entrance of the eatery, Ricky saw only his own reflection for a fraction of a second, and while Jimmy should have been right there beside him, the image revealed only Ricky. Fucking shit's hitting hard today, he whispered to himself. Later that day, Ricky was enticing another teenage girl to follow him into the woods to see a corpse. As the days passed, it was well past the point where Ricky could convince anyone, no matter how high, that Gary was still alive. Fortunately, it was now impossible to even recognize the heap of liquefying flesh and exposed areas of bone as Gary, so he could just toss out "I found a dead guy in the woods, wanna see him?" which Ricky believed was a solid way to hide his crime, long enough for him to receive his infernal reward. As Ricky and the girl, whose name Ricky could never remember, even though he had been in classes with her since 2nd grade, headed to the woods, Ricky noticed a large number of police cars buzzing by. "Maybe we should do this tomorrow," Ricky said. "No way, asshole! You promised me a dead body!" Ricky had forgotten she was there, but now he couldn't forget. Jesus Christ, Samantha? It's Julie, Ricky. Julie shot daggers at Ricky with her eyes. Yeah, Julie, whatever. Look, tomorrow you will see him, just not right now. Here, take these. Ricky handed her a fistful of random pills. Wait, for free? Yeah, go for it. You're all right, Ricky. Julie beamed before heading off to parts unknown to get absolutely destroyed. Ricky was starting to sweat. That night, the Dark Lord visited Ricky once more. Richard, we just need one more witness before you get your boon. But the heat is on. It's getting harder and harder to get people out there. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I had a loyal disciple. A bitch, for sure. But you are a whiny bitch, which is starting to irk me. The being became clear for a moment. A shimmering thing of eerie beauty became a mass of sharp-toothed mouths, multiple eyes, and nightmares. Ricky simply puked as the impossible horror of it all blew his fucking mind harder than any dubious pharmaceutical. July 4th, 1984. Ricky awoke to find a pile of well-dried, crusty vomit on his sheets. He tumbled weakly from his bed and made his way to the kitchen. And there was his mother, cheerful and ready to chit-chat. Fuck me, he muttered as he entered the room and poured himself a mug of coffee. Feeling better, hun? Huh? Ricky retorted wittily. You've slept for the last 3 days. I've been sick. Caught something at work. Oh no, well, I'll do your laundry and change your sheets. Thanks, he said, flatly. I almost forgot. A nice young man was giving away comic books, and I know you love your funnies, so I brought you one. Ricky's mom slid a small pamphlet his way. A crude 4-page illustrated story of the devil-courting dangers of Dungeons and Dragons, metal music, the Smurfs, He-Man, and food additives. Ricky then remembered he had a mission, and the thoughts of mystic powers he'd obtain for dragging another fucker out to the trees to slap their eyes on gruesome Gary perked him up considerably. He stood up, kissed his mother, and decided to make sure the coast was clear before he brought out anyone else to the woods. Don't forget the fireworks display tonight, his mother reminded him, but he was already out the door. The heat was indeed on. Ricky hid behind some shrubs as he saw the police exit the woods with a body bag and a cadre of canine units. Shit on me, Ricky said under his breath, as a heavy hand fell on his shoulder. Ricky exited the squad car in front of the jailhouse. There was Jimmy and Al, talking to officers and no doubt trying to save their own asses. A crowd had gathered as well. Town busybodies, some ladies from the church, Tanya, everyone else he'd showed Gary to. Missing my ass, Ricky grumbled. Ricky was led inside as the doors closed on the world outside. Ricky was processed and tossed into a cell. He picked up bits and pieces from the cops shooting the shit to learn he had been seen with absolutely no one for the last 2 weeks, walking back and forth to the woods alone, eating at the diner alone. Hell, since the deed, Al and Jimmy hadn't even been willing to hang out with him. Ricky, of course, believed none of it. July 7th, 1984. Ricky slept in his cell. This time, Satan simply spoke to him. "One more, Ricky." "That ain't gonna happen. I'm stuck in here and Gary is in the morgue." "Wait a minute. All those cops, the morticians, they all saw him. I over-delivered." Ricky laughed as hot tears poured down his cheeks. "I'm afraid those are not the rules." "Aren't you all about breaking fucking rules?" "Not when these things are concerned. You have to bring those that bear witness." "Well, I'm cooked then." "There is another way." Satan seemed to whisper directly in Ricky's left ear. Ricky nodded and pondered. He looked down to his waist and flashed a wicked grin. Those bumbling pigs forgot to take something from Ricky. The officer that brought Ricky a tray of food stopped short at the door to the prisoner's cell. There Ricky hung by his neck from the spiked leather belt that no one had saw fit to remove upon his incarceration. Ricky was still grinning ear to ear as he awaited his dark gift as the light exited from his eyes. "Come on, man. I want it. Make me famous, motherfucker," Ricky thought. The devil was visible from the corner of Ricky's eye. He'd made himself more human. His left hand extended, middle finger raised. The darkness swallowed Ricky as he fell into endless night. And though a liar by nature, the devil did indeed make Ricky famous. The Hellhowler by Joe Solmo. From the files of James Becker, case number 6023. The Hellhowler. It was on April 5th that I was first contacted by the client, one Marlene Krause. She came to my office on Church Street just after lunch. I had just eaten a pastrami sandwich, hard roll mustard. I could tell by her gorgeous green eyes darting around in fear that her lunch had been of the liquid kind, a woman after my own heart. However, it seemed to not have helped her nerves. I offered her a drink from the small fridge by the side of my desk, for emergency purposes only. She said yes, so I popped the top of the bottle and handed it over to her before getting one for myself. "Mr. Becker, I know this is going to sound weird," she started. If I had a dime for every time I heard that sentence, I could have retired years ago. I don't know who I need to see to get paid, though. "Please, call me James," I said. I found it makes me seem less intimidating to be on a first-name basis. I got a mug only a mother could love on a body that exercise has forgotten. My face might have been handsome once, but when you tussle with the paranormal like I do, you get the shit beat out of you. A lot. I'd have to take my shoes off to count how many times I've had my nose broken by some cryptid. I subconsciously tugged my shirt down to make sure my beer belly was hidden from view. I could tell from her looks that something has gotten her scared. She stared at the bracelet on her wrist. It had a Celtic shield knot, used for protection, but I doubt she understood the significance. Not all of these cases end up with an epic showdown with the undead or Bigfoot. Sometimes it's nothing. Regular old bad guys doing bad guy shit. I haven't gotten a read on her at this point, so I sat back and let her tell her story as I enjoyed my post-pastrami beer. "James," she said, and took a long pull from the bottle. She looked down at it. I could tell she wasn't used to slumming around with beer. She was a fine brandy kind of gal. She took a moment to collect herself and looked up at me. "I think I'm going to die." "We are all going to die," I said with the infamous Becker charm. That's how I get all the ladies. My compassion and the power to speak the wrong thing at the wrong time. Women love assholes, and I am a fucking catch. I mean, soon. I think I'm being hunted," she explained and pushed a lock of her wavy brown hair back behind the cutest ear I've ever seen. I bet her shampoo smelled amazing. "Hunted by what?" I asked her, taking a drink myself from the bottle. I didn't notice anything off with the flavor. People of refined taste have no taste. You know what I mean? "I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Last night at home, my husband and I," she started. Husband? I should throw her out of my office, I thought. I couldn't be that cruel. Could I? I mean, don't you go looking into my past for that answer. The answer I'm giving you now is a reluctant no. I guess I won't find my true love on this case either. Maybe the next. What's the address? Address? She asked. Where do you live? I inquired with a raised eyebrow. Oh, we're over in Heaven's Hills, the new development, she answered. Of course she was. That was big money. I didn't think the places were open yet. Only the developer lived up there. It was a town over in Union. I haven't been that way in a while. There really isn't much else out there. I'll come out tonight, Mrs. Krause, just before dark. I'm guessing you are safe until night falls, I asked. 9 times out of 10, whatever paranormal issue these cases have only operates under cover of night. Some are stronger after dark, some die in the sunlight, others just like the aesthetic. I won't know which I'm dealing with until I get out there and can snoop around a bit. How did you know my name? Don't you want to hear the details? She asked confusedly. Is anyone else living over there yet? Or is it just you and your husband, the developer? I'll get all the details tonight when I get there. I'll interview you and your husband. Once I have both stories, I can figure out what we're dealing with here. I am terribly sorry, but I have a very important client I have an appointment with. I kind of lied. Kind of. Of course. Forgive me for barging in like this. I should have called and made an appointment, Marlene said as she stood up. I tried not to get caught gawking at those legs of hers as she made her way to my office door. 7 okay? I called out after her. Perfect, she replied, and when I looked up at her face, she was watching me. Damn it. Too slow on the eye withdrawal. It's been a while since I've been caught gawking. She was sharp. I admired that in my women. Thank you, Mr. Becker. James. I already feel better knowing you are on the case. I gave her an award-winning smile until she closed the door. I finished off my beer, sat down, and put my feet on my desk. Time for that appointment, I thought, and drifted off for a few hours. I needed my beauty sleep. I know what you're thinking. What an asshole. But let me explain. Since I was a kid, I could kinda feel the paranormal, catch glimpses of the things that lurk in your bedroom at night. Most people go their whole lives without seeing any of that shit. I've pretty much seen it all, and let me tell you, it's fucking frightening. I don't get much sleep at night when those things like to do their business. I catnap during the day, just to get by. Oh, and once those things know you can see them, they don't leave you the fuck alone. Even friendly ghosts get lonely, and you are the only thing that can see them other than cats. Yeah, not a lot of downtime. Don't get me started on the darker beings. After my nap, I hunted around for more info on the Krauses. Sometimes good old detective work gets me all the information I need for a case. But in this instance, they seemed squeaky clean. I don't like my rich people to be good, too. Makes the world not fair. No Faustian deal with the devil or stepping on the backs of others to get there. Sometimes life just doesn't make sense. I grabbed my keys and a fresh bottle from the mini fridge with a mental note to restock. That I know I won't remember until it was too late, and headed out the door. It was still cold out, not the frozen tundra of a northeast winter, but a transition toward spring. I regretted not grabbing my coat about 4 seconds after getting in the car, but I refused to go back on principle. I drove up the long, steep dirt road leading to the development, past the field of stumps that used to be a forest, and up I went until I was nearly at the top of Heaven's Hill's namesake hill. There stood the only house that had actually been built up there. It was large and white, and had columns so you knew it was from money. It had a circular driveway, a 2-car attached garage, and a fountain in front that wasn't working yet. A well-maintained frontage greeted me as I exited my shitbox 1978 Dodge Omni. People ask me how it still runs after all these years. It's part Dodge engineering, part owner love, part incantations and the blood sacrifice of the mice that tried to winter in it, or steal the dropped fries from under the seat, I tell them. That usually makes them go away and talk to someone else. To be honest, I have no idea why it works, and I'm not questioning it. It's been paid off for a long time and still starts when it needs to. The door opened as the last sputters of the mostly replaced Mopar engine died out. A man stood at the entrance wearing a tux. I suddenly felt underdressed in the same stained t-shirt I met Mrs. Krause in earlier. "Could you tell Mrs. and Mr. Crouch that James Becker has arrived?" I asked the butler. He gave me a particular look and motioned me inside. In the foyer, Marlene Krause waited, wearing a cocktail dress and holding a wine glass in her hand. Her brown wavy hair surrounded her beautiful face and hung halfway down her torso. It took me a moment to take my eyes off her. I could see the curve of her lips as a hint of a smile crossed it. She was amused by me. "Dear, Mr. Becker is here," the man in the tux said. I turned toward him. "Oh, you're Mr. Krause." I saw the tux and thought. I started to explain. "That I was the butler?" he asked, a little annoyed. "Well, yes," I said unabashedly. "I am sorry, we have an engagement we must attend tonight. We can give you about an hour, Mr. Becker, before we must leave," he said. I was going to tell him to call me James, but fuck him. I didn't like him from the start. "Oh, James, come sit with us in here," Mrs. Krause said, and entered a room off the hall. It held several comfy-looking sofas and a table with a bottle of booze. Make yourself a drink, she finished. I walked over to the table and eyed my choices. Some of these I had never heard of, and the ones I had never drunk. I chose one at random, something called Knob Creek. I poured half a glass and joined them on the sofas. I had never sat on something so soft. I pulled a notepad from my pants pocket. I like the old school feel of writing down everything myself. I remember facts better that way. Cell phones are spotty at best out here anyway. I took a big gulp of the Knob Creek and gave them a smile as they watched me. I'm pretty sure they didn't see my eye tear up. Let's start with names and occupations, I said. Marlene Krause, housewife. John Krause, land developer, they said. Okay, John, Marlene. Can you tell me what happened last night? Let's start with John, I asked. Sure, John said, and straightened his tux. We were walking on the nature trail after dinner to see the scenic beauty of Heaven's Hills, John began. You don't have to sell it to me, I said. Did your company make the trail? Not exactly. We found the trail when we were surveying it and made it wider and more accessible so the residents of Heaven's Hills would enjoy it. Anyway, it was after dinner and not too far from sunset, and we were near the top of the ridge to the south when a cold wind blew, and we both felt like we were being watched. I stood up as I listened to John's story and walked over to the mantel. There was a small wolf figurine there, looking freshly carved. I picked it up to examine it. Did you hear anything? Branches breaking or grunts? I asked as I turned the figure over in my hand. Tell him about the roars, Marlene interrupted. Not so much a roar as a howl, like a dog or a... John explained. Wolf? I interrupted, showing them the figure. Yeah, it carried on the wind, but it was faint. I had stepped off the trail to take a quick leak, and I heard it. It's hard to say for sure which direction it came from, John continued. There hasn't been a wolf around this area for 100 years, I explained, and set the figure down on the mantel. I'm just telling you what I heard, Marlene said with a pout. Sorry, I didn't mean to indicate I thought you were lying, I apologized. She still sat there, beautifully pouty. John was a lucky man. Continue, I said to John. Soon after that, we decided to head back, but we both kept looking over our shoulders. We realized we were walking faster than normal. Both of us felt like we were being followed. It was most unsettling, John said. Still no grunts or rocks being thrown? Trees being hit by other trees in the distance? I asked, thinking I had an idea of what it might have been. What do you think it is, Becker? John asked. Well, sometimes there are things in nature that don't like man's encroachment, things that can be territorial. I've seen a dozen Sasquatch cases that start like yours, but they usually have rocks being thrown or other aggressive behavior. So far, you haven't actually seen anything, correct? I asked. No, nothing, James, Marlene said. Ah, she remembered my name. I may have floated off the floor just a little bit. I'll tell you what. Why don't you two head out to your event that you're so dressed up for, and I'll take a walk down this trail and see what I can find. We can reconvene in the morning, I told them. Be careful, James, Marlene said. Oh, if you fancy that figure, go ahead and take it. I don't want to think about wolves right now. I picked up the figurine again and told them thanks and slipped it into my pocket. Where did you get it, if I might ask? From a shop in town. A woman carves them herself. When we were driving around looking for a land to develop, we stopped in and thought it was a charming little shop. We picked it up as a souvenir of our faith in our investment and future, John explained, and then excused himself. Marlene walked up to me, so close I could smell her shampoo this time. It was apple-scented. I was glad I was wearing glasses to keep my eyes from popping out of my head as I snuck a glance at the cleavage in front of me. Thank you, James. I feel better knowing you are on the case. Please, if there is anything I can do, don't hesitate to ask. It gained about 1,000 degrees in that room, I swear. I'll get this whole thing figured out. You have nothing to worry about. I'm a professional, I said, and downed the rest of the Knob Creek and placed my glass on the table. I'll have the butler take care of it, Marlene said, with a sultry smile. My face reddened, which I didn't think was possible, since all my blood was differently located at the time. I found my way back out to the car to get some supplies. I grabbed my on-the-go pack, which included such occupational necessities as holy water, silvered blades, dowsing rods, not the kind used for water, and various other stoppered bottles of various concoctions, and more modern-day toys like a drone and a Kindle. Why an e-reader, you may ask? Well, when you need that one ancient tome to save the world, and you have mere minutes left to do so, you do not want to have left it behind at home base, do you? Besides, all these old books were heavy, and not to mention a fire hazard. It sure is a pain in the ass to digitize some of those tomes, but it has saved my ass more than once when dealing with ancient pseudo-deities and prophecy. I didn't expect to need it on the trail, but I tucked it into the front pocket anyway. I slung one of the straps over my shoulder, then the other, shifted the weight around until it was as comfortable as possible, and groaned at the incline of the start of the trail. It looked like it crested the hill behind the Kraus house. Ha! It didn't take long for me to get to the wooded part of the trail. Most of the development was happening further down, with the Krauses building their mansion to lord over all below. I did notice that the path was wide and smooth, and saw skid steer tracks on the packed dirt. The occasional uprooted tree lay next to the path, and gave me a great place to sit and catch my breath, even if it was just a modest incline I had vanquished. It was quiet up here, and I could feel a slight breeze. Even though it wasn't much above freezing, it was welcomed on my sweating skin. Occasional bird chirps and small sticks breaking I could make out through my own labored breathing. Typical woods noise, nothing to be frightened about. I have spent many a night in the woods hunting the paranormal, and I don't spook easily. Once I could concentrate, I closed my eyes and focused in on my gift, looking for signs of anything out here in the woods that might be from another realm or a cryptozoologist's dream, but felt nothing. I decided I would go down a bit further, at least to where the Krauses had said they got the eerie feeling, before I headed back to the car. I took a sip from the half-empty water bottle I found on the floor of the Dodge. It was mostly refreshing and not gross at all. I shouldered my pack and moved a little further along the path. It had mostly flattened out, to my relief. I found the hike actually enjoyable, even if my body was wondering why I was putting it through the torture. I decided to ignore my lungs and beating heart and just enjoy the view. That's when I crossed it. What it exactly was, I didn't know. A boundary of sorts. I could feel the creepiness fixating on me as I scanned the woods for any sign of life or even unlife. There are many boundaries in the world. Some are easily defined, like rivers or the Great Wall of China. Others only certain people can perceive, like thresholds and ley lines. I gave myself a moment to try to identify the energy. Was it natural? Was it occult related? It was slippery, really hard to get a bead on. Just then I heard feet crunching the sand on the trail. I saw an older woman coming towards me. She had one of those Taco Bell dogs on a leash. Its bug eyes looked up at me, and it started to bark. "D'Artagnan, stop it!" she called out to her pet, giving a gentle tug on his leash. It gave a little growl, making eye contact with me, before sitting next to her leg. Could this be the howl the Krauses had heard? "Hello there. Thanks for calling him off," I said with a smile. "My name is James Becker," I said, and held out my hand. The woman looked down at one hand holding the leash and the other an old, gnarled walking stick, then back to me. My hand retreated into my pocket in embarrassment. "Tara," the woman responded. "Are you from the development?" "Heaven's Hills?" "Heavens, no," I joked. She didn't think I was funny. I wish I was back at my office with another pastrami sandwich and beer. "They took the nature trail and widened it. I've been walking it for years. It was always wide enough for me and D'Artagnan before. Don't see why they had to improve it," she said. "I don't know either." "You walk this trail often?" I asked. "For years," she replied coldly. "So you said." I didn't feel anything coming off of either her or her dog. At least, nothing that stood out more than the boundary which was still making my senses go haywire. "The trail used to lead to that lake down there, through the woods. I used to go and feed the ducks," she explained. "I thought bread was bad for them," I said, trying to engage her. "I said nothing about bread. If you're not from the development, then why are you on the trail?" she asked. "The Krauses hired me to investigate a possible dangerous animal on the trail. They said they felt like they were being followed the other night. Do you think D'Artagnan here might have gotten off his leash and came after them with all the fury of a Crunchwrap Supreme?" I asked. "He never leaves my side," Tara responded. She was a real talker. "Say, how much further does this trail go before turning back toward Heaven's Hills?" I asked. "About a mile. It dips down the other side of the ridge for a bit, then climbs back up behind where they built their house," she answered. "More uphill." "Great. I think I'll just turn back," I said, and slipped a crystal just off the trail. I didn't think she noticed. I'll come back for it tomorrow and see what kind of energy it absorbed. It might help me figure out what kind of boundary this is and what exactly I am dealing with. "Have a good one," I said, and gave the woman a wave. I turned to go back to my car. I felt 100 times better after crossing that boundary again. Just as I turned a curve in the path, I caught the woman in my peripheral. She had not moved from that spot and was watching me. What a weirdo, I thought. I gave her another wave and a smile before starting the descent down to the Kraus house. She never waved back. She probably thought the same of me. Could she be the culprit? Maybe it wasn't a cryptid that chased them. Maybe it was some witch that marked a piece of land to chase off developers. She sure was crabby enough. Well, that's not fair. There are plenty of witches I know that are pleasant to be around. I got back to the car and threw the pack in the hatchback of the Omni. I had some leads to start. Like, what is that boundary? Will the town property records show me something there that might help? Do my spiritual friends know this Terra? Did the figurine fit into the equation? Do I have any chance with Mrs. Krause? Sadly, I already knew the answer to the last one. A resounding no. Maybe when I write my memoirs, though, maybe then I can pencil it in. I slept in the next morning. My head felt like it had been kicked in. I searched around for my glasses, which happened to be on the top of my head. Not sure how they didn't get crushed last night. I made my way through the empty bottles and open ancient texts to the bathroom and took a piss in the dark. My eyes weren't ready for the daylight yet. I made my way to the fridge and found a Gatorade in there. It looks like drunk me was thinking of the future. I thanked myself and drank it down, hoping it would curb the hangover a little bit. On my desk, I found the drunken scribblings of a half-crazy paranormal investigator. Good thing I could read my own handwriting. I picked it up and commanded my eyes to focus. It took a few minutes for them to listen. Find answers to case. Sometimes I really am proud of myself. I popped on the TV, volume on mute as I waited for the hangover to subside. I woke up again about 2 p.m. and realized it had been a day or two since I had showered. I went into the bathroom and cleaned myself up, made myself human again, even took the time to shave. It had been at least a week since I'd done that. I read over my notes taken at the Krauses and headed out the door. I had a few stops to hit this afternoon, and the day was getting away from me. Once I had gotten a fresh sandwich and beer from Herschel's Deli, I drove over to Union to check out the shop that sold the figurines. I didn't really get a sense of anything from the wolf, but it was better to be safe than sorry. I sat in the Omni finishing my sandwich and beer before heading over to the shop. Casey's Curios, it was called. I opened the door and a little bell rang. Every step I took on the old wooden floor creaked ominously, and I wondered how far a fall into the basement actually was as I scanned the cluttered room. In most of these kinds of places, you will find some kind of artifact giving off energy. People who aren't perceptive to that kind of thing might still feel uneasy and decide to donate or sell an item without knowing the why. A few hit me right away, but nothing that seemed in any way related to the case. I found the display of carved figurines and gave them more scrutiny as I heard the creaking coming from behind me. "Find something you like?" came the voice from behind me. I turned and was surprised to see a familiar face. "Tara, was it?" I asked. "It was, and still is," she said as she passed me and went behind the counter. "Where is D'Artagnan? Not a great watchdog, eh?" I joked, or at least I thought I did. You couldn't tell from her reaction. "At the vet. Found a tick on him, getting it checked out," Tara replied with all the warmth of the Arctic Circle. "Well, I am sorry to hear that. Anyway, as I said yesterday, I was looking into some wild animals up in Heaven's Hills for the Krauses, and I found this in their study. I said, producing the wolf figurine. And you think that was following them? They could probably outrun something so small, she asked me. What a comedian. Well, I found it curious that they had a wolf figurine on their mantle and said they had heard howling on the wind. I thought I would check out where the figurine came from, I replied. Let me know if any of these make a sound. I'll charge another $5. Tara said and opened a shipping box that had been on the counter. She pulled a locket out and set it down. I could feel the energy emitting from it. That's a nice locket, I said, focusing more on it. Sometimes it was hard when there were other things around, like the boundary last night. I put the other items out of mind using an exercise I learned when I was little and focused my attention in front of me. I was surprised to find 2 distinct auras. One was from the locket, and it screamed of divination magic. It was used recently to find someone. I caught glimpses of a woman's face, but it flashed by too fast for me to see. Wonder who sent that to Tara. Usually, when someone with the talent finds an item, they don't let it go. Unless they were asking a huge favor of someone, and they traded a magical item for said favor. The other aura was coming from Tara herself. I tuned into that. She was a dabbler. She wasn't very powerful, but she did indeed dabble in magic. There was some residual magic coming from her now, faint. It had been a few days since she had tried anything. It had the smell of summoning magic. With dabblers, sometimes they get the idea, but not the nuance of what they are doing. She could have been trying to summon a demon or a lost loved one in a seance, even though that isn't the proper way to do it. Did they give you that to return? Tara asked. No, they loaned it to me, I replied. Do you remember when they were in here? Mister, I get a lot of people coming and going. Weirdos, I remember, like people asking me if my figurines can howl. But a tourist couple, 1,000 of those walk through my shop every summer, Tara explained. Ouch. Well, thank you for your time, I said, and headed for the door. Not going to buy anything, she called after me. I knew she was just trying to guilt me into buying something, and I am a sucker, so it worked. I remembered her story about the ducks in the lake and picked up a duck figurine. I slipped a crystal under the display, covering the move with my back to Tara. $15, she said as I placed the figurine duck on the counter and put her hand out, open palm. I reached into my wallet and slapped her a 20. Keep the change in case it quacks, I said, and turned back towards the door. Nothing. The woman has no sense of humor. The day had really gotten away from me. The sun was going to go down soon. Just enough time to go get my crystal on the trail and head over to Krause's. I set the duck figurine on the seat next to me and headed up to Heaven's Hills. I got to the boundary just as the sun dipped behind the hills. It hit me like a ton of bricks again, and in the fading light, I had to use my cell phone's flashlight to find the crystal. It was clear when I dropped it in the leaves. It was now striped red and black. That's not a good sign. Red and black are the dominion of the abyss. All the levels of hell from any religion you can think of belongs there. You add that to summoning magic aura from earlier, and you usually get yourself a demon. Why couldn't it have been a Sasquatch? I had a bottle of pheromones on me to get a wild, horny teenage squatch to follow me farther from humanity and deeper into the woods primordial. That would have been an easy job. But nope, it has to be a goddamned demon. The thing about demons is, they are tricky. Was the summoning magic around Tara because she was summoning a demon, or was it because she was summoned? Did the aura being faint mean it was strong on an object in her shop and rubbed off? Either way, the boundary had hellish energy, and I needed to step out of it to think without its negative energy bombarding me. I made my way down the trail about 70 feet or so, far enough to think straight, but still within sight of the boundary's position. I twirled the crystal in my hands, as if looking it over for answers, when truly there was no more information it could give me. I pocketed it and headed down the trail toward the Krauses. I could see the porch light through the trees when I felt a twitch of magical energy. Then, heard a scream. I ran as fast as my out-of-shape bulk could move, and it was only 30 seconds or so before my foot hit the boards of the porch. Marlene was laying on the floor, clutching her arm. I could see the crimson flow from between her fingers, just above her bracelet. John was in an Adirondack chair. He, too, was clutching himself as blood flowed. "What happened?" I asked, looking over the scene. "It attacked us!" John called out. I pulled his hand away from his left forearm. There were deep punctures there, and scratches. Defensive wounds from an animal attack. I could feel the heat coming from the wound, and steam rose from the crimson ribbons of flesh. It didn't feel that cold out to cause steam from the warm body. I grabbed my handkerchief and flask from my bag, and wrapped his arm. Then turned my attention to Marlene. "What was it?" I asked them. "It was too dark to see, but it definitely was some kind of animal. We heard the howl again just before Marlene came out with the drinks," John said, pointing at the spilled tray and glasses on the porch floor. "Interesting. I didn't hear anything, and I was just up the trail over there," I said. I sure as hell felt something, though. It was too quick to get a fix on.
More scares to come. Weekly Spooky will be right back.
Those cuts would scar up severe. I treated her wound the same way and looked around for evidence. "It hit me from behind and landed right on John. I got my arms up to protect my face," Marlene said as I surveyed the scene. On the railing, I found a tuft of black hairs. I quickly grabbed a baggie from my pack and collected it with tweezers. I dropped the baggie on the porch and bent to pick it up. When I did, I noticed the prints on the wood. I took out my phone and snapped a few pics. "What is it?" Marlene asked. "Prints of our suspect," I said, looking at the canine footprints burned into the wooden porch. How many in the universe could leave prints like these, you ask? There is a very short list. A hellhound. Well, now we know what was summoned. The question now is, why? What did Tara have against John and Marlene Krause? The development would be my first guess. Usually that's all the guess I need. I'm not being conceited here. I'm just good at my job. Summoning a hellhound takes a specialist, a long-time practitioner, not just some curious teens like you see in a horror movie. This person would need years of training from knowledgeable people, a cult or sect hidden away, and I didn't know of any around here. That doesn't mean they don't exist, just that I was unaware. So, is Tara my Hellhowler? The person that brought this beast here? Or is there another player I haven't met yet? I would say intriguing, but what I really would be thinking is, for fuck's sake, why can't these cases ever be easy? The next day I slept in. sensing a pattern. This time I wasn't just up all night drinking. In fact, last night I was up all night drinking and reading up on hellhounds and how to stop them. There was surprisingly limited documentation on them, even though myths of them have been around since antiquity. Before starting my binge, reading, I dropped in with an old friend to learn more about the Hellhowler. Madam Stacy made most of her money telling fortunes at Renaissance fairs, psychic fairs, and craft shows, as well as other events, but she was the real deal, unlike most of them on that circuit. Since she had been around and seen a lot of things, and much like me, found steady work here with all the conduits of the paranormal that seemed to intersect in our little slice of America, I pulled out my phone and opened the picture I took of one of Madam Stacy's books. She wouldn't let me touch them, let alone borrow them, which, to be honest, is probably a good thing. That is the other reason for the Kindle. I can't keep a book's binding intact for more than a week, no matter how careful I was with them. They just disintegrate under my care. I pinched the screen and zoomed in on the left column of the page. Hellhowler, a specific spellcaster with a knack for summoning from the abyss. This person can imbue their emotions into their magic, asking for help from the lower planes. Powerful Hellhowlers can summon up to Class 5 demons. If they work in tandem, a coven of Hellhowlers could summon even more powerful entities. There is a rumor of a shadow mass that can be conducted with 99 Hellhowlers to draw a prince of hell to the summoning circle to answer 3 questions. As with any summoning ritual, if done incorrectly, or without the right amount of power, control of the summoned entity will falter, and in most cases, it will turn on the summoner. Found in several cultures, many use their powers for political assassinations or shows of power. Cultures with blood rituals and human sacrifices are common places to find Hellhowlers. Known Hellhowlers have been found among the Aztecs, Canaanites, Celts, and Germanic peoples, for example. Below was a picture of a woman in an open robe with her arms in the air. In the center of a magic circle in front of her was a tornado of flames, with sinister eyes looking back at her. Well, that didn't really tell me what to do to stop one. I guess I'll have to throw the kitchen sink at it when I confront it. The kitchen sink is what I call a concoction of all the usual monster killers. Holy water, wolf's bane, iron supplements, and minced garlic are the main ingredients. Smells like shit, but it gets the job done. Most of the time. I rifled through my books on ways to protect Marlene from the summoned beast, made a quick list, and headed back to Madam Stacy for the items I didn't have myself. Having hair from the beast provided us with some material to make a charm out of. In a perfect world, that should be enough, but since we don't know who summoned it, there really was no telling. Madam Stacy and I worked on the charm for most of the afternoon, before I realized I had not eaten anything today. My stomach groaned its displeasure. "Are you thinking what I'm thinking?" I asked Madam Stacy as she looked up from the charm. My stomach had interrupted her spell. "You go grab us a couple of sandwiches so I can finish this in peace," she said. I had only interrupted her a few times with questions. "What do you want?" I asked the mystic as I watched a woman at the front window peeking in. Madam Stacy put a closed sign up so we could get this done before tonight. "Pastrami, hard roll, mustard," she said, and went back to work. I should propose right now. If only she were a little younger. She was older than the Omni. I slipped out of the side door not only because that was where the aforementioned shitbox was parked, but this way I didn't have to confront the customer at the door. I'd much rather confront an angry ghoul feasting on corpses in the local cemetery than deal with living, breathing people. They're so much harder to get a handle on, what with their schemes and lies. I pulled out onto the street and headed the few blocks west to the deli. Yeah, I could have walked, but this was more efficient. I walked into the deli a hero. They thought something had happened to me because they haven't seen me yet today. That says a lot more about me than it does their friendliness, I think. When I told them I needed 2, they all made mocking faces, which to me said, "Whoa, look at the big boy getting 2 sandwiches." They didn't believe me when I said one was for a friend, even when I got 2 drinks. Maybe I'll see if Madam Stacy can put a minor curse on them. Maybe make all their wives grow mustaches or something. I grabbed the bag and was back at the shop within 20 minutes. Stacy had finished the charm for Marlene to wear. A necklace. It also had the Celtic shield knot, like Marlene's bracelet. We finished our late lunch as we went over the defenses I was going to put up in the Krause's home. I was running out of time. I wanted to stop over at Tara's shop again to get a better feel on her and what talent she might have with the magical arts. With a reluctant hug, the only payment beyond the sandwich Madam Stacy wanted, I was on my way to Tara's shop. I should get there in time to ask her some questions. I gotta start setting an alarm so I don't sleep the days away. I usually fight the evil at night, but the day is crucial prep time. Maybe I should just stock up on caffeine pills, since I'm not one for coffee. I had a few hours of daylight still when I parked in front of Tara's store, Casey's Curios in Union. Her sign said they were open to 5, just enough time to get home around dark this time of year. You know, maybe to give directions to your pet Hellhound, who was somehow disguised as a chihuahua named D'Artagnan. Although that would be a funny scenario, it was very unlikely. I didn't detect any camouflage magic on the dog when we first met, and if I was dealing with a football-sized hellmutt, the scratches would have been on the Krause's legs, not arms. How would it have reached? Trampoline or a poochapult? I opened the squeaking door of the Omni and made my way inside the building. Tara was behind the counter, polishing what looked like an antique tea set. If she could see the spirit attached to it, I couldn't tell. The apparition turned towards me with the kind of hatred only the eyes of the dead can show, and whispered curses at me. I wasn't impressed. I've dealt with tougher ghosts. I ignored her, and it made her angrier by the string of curse words coming out of her mouth. My father was a trucker, and my mom was a whore, and I think they both would have blushed. "No refunds if it didn't quack," Tara said dryly, before putting the teapot back in an old leather case. As soon as she did, the apparition disappeared. "No, it quacks just fine. A satisfied customer," I said back at her. She raised an eyebrow, then lowered it. "You want a different animal? Perhaps a whale song to put you to sleep," she said sarcastically, while putting the case on a stack of other boxes behind her, under some wooden shelves with various products on them. "I wanted to check up on D'Artagnan," I explained. She raised the other eyebrow. She was eyebrow dexterous. She nodded towards the back of the store. Sitting on an antique Bergeret chair was the canine in question, sleeping away. He was wearing a red and blue superhero costume, complete with cape. "Glad he's doing okay," I said. "Hey, I have a question for you." "Oh yeah?" she asked. opening another cardboard box that had arrived with today's packages. Yeah, have I come to the right place for Athame? Her eyes narrowed as she scrutinized the sincerity of my inquiry. What do you need it for? She asked. For a blood ritual, I lied. Over by the cauldrons, last table on the back wall, she explained. My Wiccan mom would kill me if I ever used Athame to draw blood. Tara doesn't know shit about fuck when it comes to proper use. I think my original assessment was correct. She was a dabbler at best. Well, shit. Then who is the Hellhowler? I glanced through her product. She did have some decent stuff, and wherever she's getting her shipments from, they are top-notch. Too bad she doesn't know what to do with them. She could take over the county with the amount of spiritual firepower in this room alone. I wonder what she keeps in back. The Krauses, I started, turning over a blade in my hand. It was too polished, too finished for me. I prefer the old-world craftsmanship with my ritual implements. What do you know of them? Nothing, really. They came in here boasting how they were going to change our town for the better, and all the local shops were soon going to have lines out the door. They bought that figurine and told me they were about to make a deal to make my life better. Usual out-of-town snobs, Tara replied. Who is Casey? I asked, as it just now occurred to me that this place wasn't named after her. My husband. Been in the ground 10 years, she said. He used to handle antiques and the like here. He liked to fix up older stuff to make it shine again. He let me sell my stuff here, too. He knew you practiced? I asked. I told him I did, and that was good enough for him. He didn't want to know any more. Gave me my space to do what I wanted, Tara replied. I found an older-looking bowline and grabbed some candles. Sometimes these things come in handy. I made my way back through the rows of items to the counter. I placed the crescent-bladed object down, then set the candles next to them. Anything else? Tara asked as she rang me out and put my items in a paper bag. Do you have anything for summoning spells, wands, stuff like that? Tara narrowed her eyes at me again. I could tell she really didn't like me poking into her business. Summoning magic is dangerous. I would leave that to the professionals, she answered. True, but if one was going to try, I hinted. I would suggest they don't, was her reply. Point taken. Thank you again, Tara. My condolences for Casey, I said, and paid for the bowline. I now had all I needed for tonight. Some shop owners make it hard to want to support local business, though. Tara was a downright miserable person, but I don't think she is the Hellhowler. Who else could the Krauses have pissed off? I wondered, as I fired up the Omni. I got to the client's house about 2 hours before sunset, just enough time to prepare for the impending attack. When I pulled in the driveway, John was out front, so I had him help me unload several of my musty duffel bags from the hatchback. What do you have in here, Becker? Decade-old gym clothes? He said as he got a whiff of the contents. You got me. I was hoping to get some laundry done while we wait, I joked, but it went right over Mr. Sourpuss's face. I guess I would be serious too if there was an infernal beast hunting my wife in a few hours. I gave him a pass. This time. Where's Marlene? I asked. Mrs. Kraus will be home shortly. I advised her to get a hotel tonight, but she insisted on being here. I don't know why. I would prefer she was out of danger, John said. Don't worry, John. We won't let anything happen to her, I reassured. I could tell by his face, though, that I failed. I began rummaging through the stinky bags to get set up. I grabbed a baggie of red brick dust and began to scatter it in the doorway. "Are you going to clean that up afterward?" John asked. "Honestly, probably not, but I am sure you have a maid come in at least once a week," I said, and grabbed the baggie with a mix of garlic, sage, and lavender. Why have the smells spread out through the house when I can combine them all together right here? Once I profoundly stunk up the joint, I started to use the bowline to carve some symbols into the candles I had just picked up. Standard protection stuff, nothing too crazy. I wanted a bastion of protection in case I needed to bide my time with the creature once I face it. Sometimes I'm not the fastest thinker on my feet, but give me a month to prepare and I'm fucking Batman. I placed a Hamsa hand above the kitchen sink and sprinkled a little more of the brick dust. I didn't have enough dust to give the house a good redding, but I got most of the first door. John mostly followed me around, sighing at everything I was doing, until he heard Marlene come in through the garage. That reminded me. I ran over to the door to the garage and sprinkled my protection magic cocktail. Marlene watched me with both interest and amusement, it seemed. Or she was smiling at me for another reason. Nah, she wasn't interested in me. That was only in my dreams. No one else's. She was the client and I had to be professional, I told myself. That was why we could never be together. Focus, Becker, focus. I snapped out of it and continued to work around the house. An hour later, I was just about done when Marlene came to me in the kitchen by the garage door. "How are things progressing?" she asked in that sultry voice. "Almost done here. We got the house on lockdown. No way that creature is going to find its way in here," I said. Not past all the protection I put up. I was rather proud of myself. "Hungry?" she asked and went to the fridge. She pulled out a pound of pastrami and set it on the counter next to some hard rolls. She knew me. "I could eat," I understated. "Here, have a seat. I'll make you a sandwich," she said, and pulled a knife out of the block to cut the rolls. I took a load off and realized I had been working right along pretty good. I mentally checked off items on my list and realized I was done. I looked at my watch. I had 22 minutes until sunset and the chance of attack. With everything I read on these hounds, they are usually spotted over 3 days. The summoning only lasts that long. If they fail, they don't go back to hell. They simply cease to exist. So there is the motivation for escalation of attacks. The final one should be tonight. I just had to make sure it wasn't a fatal one. I looked over at the other smelly duffel bag in the hall, the one I haven't opened yet. It held the best line of defense. Basically, a wholly rolled up newspaper to hit it on the snout with and say, "Bad dog," or "Bad hellhound." Well, that sounds more appealing than what it actually was. Supernatural beings aren't always pretty, and neither are the tools and weapons used to fight or subdue those beings. I know what I had in the bag wasn't going to win any craftsmanship awards. It looked like total shit, but none of that matters as long as it gets the job done. "Here you go." Marlene smiled warmly and sat down next to me at the table. I could smell her perfume. "Thank you," I said, and looked down at the sandwich. She must have given me half of the meat I saw her take out of the fridge. "Wow, now that is a sandwich," I said, and held it out at arm's length admirably. "Don't drop it," she said, as it started to slip from my hands. She grabbed for it and ended up putting her hands around mine. Her skin was soft and warm. Very warm. "You feeling okay?" I asked. "Under the circumstances, yes," she replied, and gave me an award-winning smile. I melted in my chair and puddled on the floor to bask in her glory. I snapped out of it when I realized I had spicy brown mustard on my shirt. Humbling. "Oh dear," she said, and grabbed a paper towel. She wet it in the sink and returned to me, rubbing the damp paper product on my shirt. She was so close, I could smell her hair. "What's that?" I asked, and backed up as her husband entered the room. He carried the rest of the candles I had carved protection runes in, and a box of matches. I could smell the sulfur of the matches waft by my nose. If he cared I was that close to his wife, he didn't let on. Man, I would be furious. "I finished placing them on the second floor. I had these left over. Where do you want them?" John asked. I pointed to the next room. "Most likely the creature will come to one of the doors. I'd place them near the front entrance. The door is made of glass and vulnerable," I told him. He nodded and headed out to the foyer. "If you will excuse me," Marlene said, "I have to go powder my nose." "Consider yourself excused," I said, and gave her a bow as I stood up. I think I heard something crack in my back. I am getting too old to fight monsters. I realized I had forgotten to give her the charm we both worked so hard on earlier. I guess it can wait until she's out of the bathroom. I used to imagine rich clients like these would be so grateful that they would throw handfuls of cash on me, and if I just stuck with it, I could retire in a few years. But those few years have doubled and doubled again, and I'm still living one pastrami sandwich at a time. If I can stop this Hellhowler from completing its goal and killing Marlene, then I know they would pay. That wasn't the question. I just know from previous experience it's never enough. While Marlene was out of the room and no longer distracting me, I went over my list again to make sure I had all the bases covered. As I was mentally checking off the last of the list, I heard a commotion from the foyer and ran out there. John had dropped a candle, and it had broken. "What happened?" I asked. "I burnt myself. I should have waited to light it until I placed the damn thing." He showed me his finger. I tried to remember what compassion was like and did my best to show him. The sound came from everywhere at once. The howl rang through my head, sending flashing images of my own gruesome death at the claws of the beast being summoned. I caught glimpses of the animal's point of view as it closed in from the forest path. I heard the snort of its nostrils, trails of smoke rising from the nasal orifices. It covered ground fast and would be here in seconds. "Where's Marlene?" John asked with a scared expression. "Powdering her nose," I responded. "I'm right here," she said, entering the foyer with us while looking over her shoulder. I glanced at the door to make sure we had enough protection coverage even with the broken candle. We were good. We should move to an interior room, if possible, barricade ourselves in until I can assess the situation, I explained. "This way through the kitchen," Marlene suggested, and we followed. I grabbed my bag on the way through. As we passed through the kitchen, another flash of the beast's point of view entered my mind. I could see Marlene's car sticking out of the garage. She had left the door open. It was a good thing I reddened the kitchen door that led to the attached garage, I thought as I double-checked my work. "Ah, fuck," I said elegantly. There was a break in the dust as if someone was dragged through it, enough to break the protection. Just then, a bang struck the door. I watched it move from the impact. "Get behind me!" I called out and reached into my bag of tricks. I pulled out a shillelagh, infused with protection magic, and faced the door as it began to splinter. I ran over my movements in my head and couldn't figure out how I scuffed the red brick dust. Rookie mistake screwing up your own circles and lines. If I survived this, I told myself, I wouldn't put that part in my report. A moment later, a large black and red furred paw pierced the wooden door. Its claws had to be 4 inches long. I whacked it with the shillelagh and heard a sizzle and a howl from the other side. It wasn't the same howl as earlier, which means the Hellhowler had to be close. After all, I had heard its call. No time for window peeking to see who might be outside right now, though. I turned my eye from the door for just a second to see John and Marlene still standing there. "Get in the room!" I yelled out. That was all the distraction the unholy beast needed as it launched its mass through the door and barreled into me. I landed on my ass on the hard tile floor, the beast's jaws inches from my throat. The only thing that stopped it was the shillelagh held in my hands across its slobbery jaws. Definitely not the damned Chihuahua, I thought. Did I see any stray St. Bernards around? In reality, it didn't resemble any dog breed or even wolf. It was larger, smelled like brimstone and death, and had tiger stripes of black on a body of short red fur. It was at least the size of a mastiff, if not bigger. It had 3 black eyes staring at me as I pushed up with all my might, trying to keep that maw away from my face. I could hear the protection magic sizzle its flesh, but the beast was in such a state of rage, it didn't seem to notice. I spoke a word I learned a long time ago, a word of power. I was told not to use it lightly. To use words of power like this drains some of your life. But I didn't see much more life in me if I didn't use what I had. For the safety of anyone reading this file, I won't include the word here. Trust me, it's for your own good. I spoke the word, and the magical force created within rushed through my hand and lifted the Hellhound into the air, throwing him into the island in the middle of the room. It bought me enough time to get to my feet and see Marlene pull shut the sliding door to the den. Good. Keep some distance while I figure this out. The beast growled behind me, and I turned to face it, tapping the shillelagh in my left palm as I made eye contact with it. The old blood was pumping now. "Come on, Susie, let's dance," I said bravely to an animal that couldn't possibly understand my words. It launched at the wall, its great muscles flexed as it pushed off the sheetrock and passed overhead. I gave a wild swing, but missed it completely as it crashed into the den door, breaking through and passing into the darkened room beyond. I heard a scream and raced into the den behind it. Inside it was dark. I could hear the beast snarling from the right, but my out-of-shape ass was blocking most of the light from the door. I patted the walls next to the door until I found a light switch and flicked it on. Marlene was backed into a corner by an old-looking record player. The beast was sizing her up for an attack. John laid on the floor. Bloody ribbons of flesh hung from his arms and torso. He wasn't moving. He must have gotten in the way of the beast's prey. I hoped I would fare better. I charged the beast with a primordial roar of my own, shillelagh overhead. I launched off the ottoman and saw myself in slow motion like they do in the movies when two warriors leap and meet in midair. I brought the hardened blackthorn down on the beast's snout, using the word again as I placed my other hand on its skull. The combination of the protection spells in the shillelagh and the magic force pushed the beast's head down to the luxurious carpet. I hoped people that can afford that kind of carpet can afford to get bloodstains out of it. I brought the shillelagh down again and again on the head of the beast, each strike leaving marks on his body from the light energy of the protections from evil. I tried not to give it time to recover and hoped I could just beat it to death or submission. After the fifth blow, I told Marlene to get out of the corner, and she ran towards the kitchen. That proved to be a bad move, as the beast's eyes tracked its prey. It pushed past me and knocked her literally out of her shoes to the carpet below. I stepped over the motionless body of John, the sting of losing a client hitting me harder than the beast had so far. I couldn't lose another. I struck the beast on the back, but other than the sizzle and welt it left, the beast paid it no mind. Its own survival depended on the kill. I had to take it up a notch to get its attention away from Marlene. She screamed as it gripped her forearm with its jaws. I didn't have much time to make an impact on the beast. If I blasted it with magic, it just might rip her arm off as it gets flung against the wall. I needed a new strategy, something it wouldn't expect. And then the idea hit me. My mind dismissed it almost as fast as I thought it up. I heard a bone break in Marlene's arm, followed by another scream. There was no more time to debate. There are certain places, whether you are a beast, a man, a cryptid, demon, or angel, that are very sensitive to pain. One being the eyes. But I wasn't on that side of the beast. Oh no. I was on the other end. I looked down at my shillelagh with a tear in my eye. It was like saying goodbye to an old friend. Because if this worked, and I survived, I knew I wouldn't want it back. I spit on the end and gave it a shove where the beast was least expecting an attack. When there was resistance, I pushed harder and harder. Half the shillelagh disappeared before the beast even reacted. I don't know how to describe the noise it made. It didn't belong to beast or man. It was almost a surprised mewling with a hint of betrayal and a bit of, "How dare you?" Instantly it let go of Marlene, who scrambled on those beautiful legs back against the wall as I got the whole beast's attention. It began to turn on me, and I knew if it did, I was dead. I held up the end of the magical shillelagh suppository in my hand and uttered the word one more time, letting the magic flow through the wood and inside the digestive tract of the unholy beast. As the magic reached the tip, it reacted to the protection magic infused there, and the force was pushed away from the shillelagh in all directions. The wood was wrenched from my hand as the beast twisted and made eye contact just a second before the force was released. Starting with the intestines expanding, the beast began to bloat with the magical force pushing through its body. Its sides expanded out until it was shaped more like a hell hippo than a hellhound. I saw the anguish in its face a moment before the hell pinata burst, raining hellhound flesh down on a shocked Marlene. It hit me too, but I wasn't as shocked. This was the outcome I had hoped for. I looked down at the blood and unmentionable material covering my shillelagh and sighed. Well, I guess if I wanted to go out in a blaze of glory, there wasn't too many ways more rewarding than an exploding holy suppository in a hellbeast. It should be proud for its contribution. I popped down on my knees and took a few breaths. I was still in fight-or-flight mode and had to let myself calm down. Marlene sat on the floor, crying, holding her arms. She didn't look that bad off once you cleaned the Hellhound's insides off of her. I tried to get to my feet and placed my hand on something. It was Marlene's shoe. I rose and walked to her. She was getting up as well. I handed her the shoe. "Thanks, they are really expensive," she said, pushing her hair from her face. "Funny. I thought you had green eyes," I said, looking at her face. She looked back at me with eyes the darkest brown, almost like black pools. "You must have been mistaken," she said. I looked down at my hand and saw red dust on my fingers. "How did that get there?" I checked on John, but like I feared, he was dead. There was nothing I could do for him. I called an ambulance and tried to figure out how I was going to explain what happened. Marlene sat quietly in the kitchen while I did so. I grabbed all my mystical objects and threw them in my car before the authorities arrived. They tend to ask a lot of questions from the kook on the scene, and I just didn't want to put Marlene through a media frenzy and shit show. She had just lost her husband, for Christ's sake. I made it down the driveway just as the sirens reached my ears. I drove the other way. I had left her with what to say. Tell them it was an animal attack. Tell them a bear came in the house and killed your husband. Tell them the chunks are from blasting it with the shotgun while distressed about John. They owned a shotgun. Seemed feasible. If she gave them no reason to doubt her story, then she should be fine. A few days later, I came to the wake. I was surprised to see Tara there. She stood outside the church as people came and went to pay their respects to John. I hesitated to go in and walked up to the woman. "Have you been inside?" I asked. "Not yet," she replied, watching a couple exit the funeral home. "You know them?" I asked. "Nope, but I'm guessing they were some of John's investors. They drove up in that BMW," she replied, pointing down the street. "In fact, I haven't recognized a single person coming or going since I got here. I don't think he had any friends in town." "He didn't," came Marlene's voice. She had come out the side door to sneak a cigarette. She wore a skin-tight black dress, barely containing all the lovely curves. Her brown hair spilled over her bare shoulders under a black hat. She was wearing the same black shoes she had been wearing that night. "How are you, Marlene?" I asked. "Did the cops give you any trouble?" "At first, but I'll manage," she replied. "I saw a construction crew headed up your way," Tara said to the widow. "Going to finish your husband's work?" "No, I couldn't stand the sight of that house after what happened. I'm having it torn down. Besides, with the news of my husband's gruesome death, the investors are all pulling out. There won't be a development at Heaven Hills after all," Marlene explained. "I'm sure it's for the best," Tara said, and turned away. She began to walk down the street back towards her shop. "I'm sorry about John," I said to her. "Thank you. It means a lot. I was hoping you would be here," she said, and handed me an envelope. Inside was a ton of bills. I rifled through it quickly, all hundreds. "I never gave you my fee," I said. "I did my research before hiring you, Mr. Becker," she explained. "You will see there is 3 times your normal fee, in cash. Why the tip? Your husband died, I asked, nodding at the church. For the next part, she said. A chill ran down my spine. Hush money? I asked. How did you figure it out? Well, most novice summoners get in over their heads. I wasn't sure until it attacked us, but I know you are the Hellhowler. You summoned it to kill your husband, and you lost control of it and feared for your own life. I'm guessing you had no desire to live here in our podunk town and be away from high society? A girl has grown accustomed to such things, even if her husband yearned for a simpler life, she explained. And instead of taking half his money in a divorce, you could summon a demon dog and have it all. Did Tara know what was happening? No. She gave me a name of someone I could talk to about summoning magic, and that man gave me your name, she said. I still wasn't sure it was you until I heard the howl while you were powdering your nose, but I didn't want to believe it. But when I found the red brick dust on your shoe, so you could let your pet demon in, I knew. And your eyes. They were green when we met, my favorite color. What are you going to do now, Mr. Becker? Tell the police that I summoned a demon to kill my husband, or take my money? I've learned from my mistakes, but not in a repentance way. I would do it a bit more carefully if I had to do it again. Don't worry, my lips are sealed. It's a shame about old John. He seemed all right to me towards the end. I doubt our paths will cross again. Just know if they do, I won't be able to look away again, I said. I felt like an asshole letting her go, but there was no way the police would believe my story anyway. I get enough strange looks around town. I had to trust that karma, in one form or another, was coming for her, and let it do its work. I've seen worse people get away with more. She only murdered once, as far as I know. I got you something too, I said, and handed her the charm I had made for her. It's a little late now, though. She took it in her hand and looked it over before looking at me with the same green eyes. I remembered. Good day, Mr. Becker, Marlene said, finishing her cigarette. She turned back towards the funeral home. Call me James, I replied. She didn't hear me. The air grew warmer, the sun a little brighter after she left. I decided it was time for a pastrami sandwich, hard roll, mustard.
Well, my spookies, if you made it all the way through tonight's demonic marathon, congratulations. You survived the possessed, the cursed, the summoned, the satanic, the monstrous, and the things that absolutely should have stayed buried, banished, chained up, or, at the very least, left alone by idiots with candles. And remember, the next time someone says, hey, let's try a ritual, or what's the worst that could happen, or even better, I found this weird old book in a basement. Maybe it's time to just go home and make a sandwich, maybe watch something nice and harmless where no one gets dragged straight to hell. But then again, where's the fun in that? Thank you for spending your night with Weekly Spooky and getting a little pregame on for Evil Dead Burn while you're at it. If you enjoyed this compilation, make sure you follow, subscribe, and leave a review on your favorite podcasting app, and also
Share it with the horror fans in your life that love possession stories, cursed artifacts, hellhounds, and a little bit of demon-flavored chaos. And remember, we have a brand new scary story every single Wednesday, and we have for 7 years and counting. Until next time, my spookies, keep the lights low and the holy water close, and also if something starts whispering from the dark, just don't whisper back.